All right, why don't we go ahead and get this thing kicked off. Thank you so much, Michelle, and thank you everyone for being here. Once again, we have decided to do this with our full staff directory here, and that is because we want to make sure that council includes your thoughts and your feedback. So please, I hope that you've come willing to participate as much as council has. And of course, we have all of our city manager's office here too. So thank you all so much for being here and putting so much time and effort into it. I know that we kicked off, we started this with Michael and Blossom's thoughts in mind. And I know that they had sent over to council their thoughts about keeping those ideas and team building efforts in concert as we go forward. And I believe that this directors, I believe that you have also worked with 6 Seconds as well. And so that's really, I think, phenomenal, because that means that we're all kind of starting from a similar point. And I'm really grateful for that time. And I think it shows the forethought, hopefully to our residents, about how much effort we're putting into figuring out how to create the best leadership skills for the city. That said, we have a very long day ahead of us. And for council's benefit, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're going to do things today. And so I'm just going to move over to the front for just a second and work with Michelle on the outline. So we obviously have an agenda that we're going to follow. Thank you so much. But I'm going to take a quick moment just to talk about a strategic plan in general and what ours might look like going forward, and getting that idea seated right now so that we can create the best plan for the city. So our strategic plan right now is perhaps more detailed, and it is very well laid out. There's a lot in it, but it does not entirely compare to our cities. When they create a strategic plan, it really is a little bit high level, and it creates that focus and thought so that we know how to make our decisions going forward, because we can easily relay back to our strategic plan and know that whatever it is that we're deciding on, whatever it is that we're talking about, easily relates back to our strategic plan. And so, as some of you know, I spent some time in December. It was really an honor to spend some time at the Boston campus in Harvard. And they spent a whole day talking about this, I tell you what. But really, I'm going to boil it down to 10 seconds here. The idea, they said, is really try to focus your thought into 3 to 5 goals, because if it's more than that, you can't recall that. And it should fit on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. And hopefully, we should be able to print it out, sit it on our table, and use that, right? So then we can use that to guide our thoughts and our decisions going forward. And so I encourage us to decide and really take some thought on what those 3 to 5 goals are. And I just want to be honest in that that's hard for me because I have 7. So I just know, like, I understand that this is going to be tricky, but I'm also want to modernize us a little bit, streamline our thought process, and then everything we get to, it will fit under those larger buckets, and we can easily convey to residents, hey, our goals align with what we were originally doing. We can always say that we are having thought and being careful and considerate in our process and decision making, and that we can show them, because we've taped it to our wall, that this is our plan and we actively use it. It's not something that sits, well, I would say in a drawer, but ours is online. So, but it doesn't sit there forgotten, because it's active and it's used. And of course it will be fluid and it will be updated next year. So we have a lot of ideas, and I'm really proud of our council for that, because we're very hands-on. And we're going to make sure that you're all heard, and that is my number 1 priority, is making sure that everyone is heard. I hope staff feel heard as well. And if there are details that we say, okay, we can expand on that, we can always throw them into our parking lot. We will make sure that your list and your emails are collected by staff. We'll also try to make sure that there's time at the very end so that everything is collected and heard. But we really want to make sure that we have our high-level goals. Under those goals, we're going to capture our council's priorities. And I know that there's going to be several priorities under those goals. And then from there, any further details, we can take them, we'll collect them, and we'll make sure that staff understand where we're going. But remember, we are policy makers, and so we are going to guide the vision and direction of the city from a policy standpoint. So with that, thank you so much for you both to be here. I appreciate you. And I'm excited because I think we're all on the same page, at least from a management standpoint for today, about how we're going to do this. And then with that, I'm hoping that you can tell us what the agenda is and how the day is broken out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I took yours.
No, that's okay. Should I use this and turn it on? Okay, so thank you, Claire. That was very helpful. So I'm going to say just a couple of things. One is that Claire wants to participate as a peer today. She's like, I'm not the mayor today. I am a full-on participant in the process of figuring out what we want to do as a city, right? For the benefit of our residents, for the benefit of everybody that's connected with Westminster, right? So that's real. That's important to know. The other piece is that the staff that are here, this is so great. This is like a really monumental point. I've been doing this work with all of you for 5 years now, and the staff is here to listen to what the council wants and respond to it, and they are all in, right? We want to hear what the council wants to achieve on behalf of the residents, and we're here to listen and we're here to actualize that, right? So I love what the tone that you set, Claire, because examples that we have given all of you is we need to raise it up a little bit, right? As a strategic plan that is forward focused for longer than 1 year, right? A bigger, a more North Star vision is what we want to try to hit. And we've been working on that for a very long time, and we're still pushing ourselves to get there. So it's gratifying that we're at this point, right? And it's like, okay, let's move it. And we need to do that. Everything that's in place, there's nothing wrong with it. We need to get your plan to a level of 3 to 5 years, right? And then your staff, the department directors who know what they're doing are going to set those specific action steps and objectives that will move the whole thing along. So we have an opportunity to do that right now, and that's what we're all about that today. So piggybacking on what you just said, I am going to stop and turn it over to my colleague, Maddie, who's going to get us started into the details of what we're about today.
Thank you all. I feel like talking in the mic brings me back for a little bit. So the highest thing we're going to talk about right now is the high levels. What is the retreat agenda? So what are we talking about today? So we're going to do a welcome and introduction, which we kind of already started. And then we're going to go through and talk about a few key points, setting the stage. So what is the strategic plan, and what is your current strategic plan, and where we're trying to go today and what might be different. We will talk about an overview of the interview findings. So Michelle did one-on-one interviews with almost all elected officials or counselors. And we will talk about what came out of those interviews. What is an alignment, and where you already are seeing some of those major priorities and what those 3 to 5 areas could be. 3 to 4 areas even maybe. And then we will talk about and review your vision and your mission. So what is that North Star, and what is the mission statement today? How do those strategic priorities fall into that? Then we will talk about strategic and develop outcomes. So we'll talk at a high level, what does this look like 3 to 5 years from now? So when we talk about the strategic priority, that's the goal. It's looking out 3 to 5 years. If in an ideal world this got accomplished, what does that summary look like? What are those, we call it a summary statement, but that's what we're kind of looking for in that outcome base. We'll talk about the implementation plan. What do you all want to report out, both as staff and as counselors back out to the community. And what does that look like? How it might be a little bit different than it has in the past. And then finally, we'll talk about reflection and closure next steps. I know that's like 6 hours from now, so that's hard to think about. But we always like to do that reflection piece, what went well today, and talk about that. So that is where we're going to start. These are the 3 objectives. And Claire and Michelle already summarized them, so I'm just going to pause and leave them up there just for a moment in case there's anyone who wants to read them. We have said this in our opening remarks, and it is part of our plan for today. So the guidelines of effective participation, we always highlight these because they're important to the conversation. A few of them are up there. Ask questions throughout, right? Staff is here for questions and to be able to answer those, so that is a key point. Some clients we work with don't have staff at the table every time with counselors, so we appreciate that and have them here as that resource, so thank you all. Stay focused on the conversation at hand, and we'll do a couple activities. We'll break out and talk about it. I was told that I can put the microphone down, so I'm going to put the microphone down. Stay focused on the conversation at hand, so we'll do a couple breakout activities. We might stray off a couple of times, and us as facilitators will bring you back, and that is our job. A couple other things, listen. Right, with respect, make sure everyone is heard. We will also facilitate that process. If something comes up, especially when we get to those 3 to 4 topic areas and we need to make a decision, we might have to have a vote of the counselors. We hope not to. One of our goals as facilitators, one of the things we're really good at, is facilitating a consensus-based methodology and approach. We bring that to this conversation and how to help you all with alignment, but if we do need to do that, we will. We have that as an option. I think the only last thing to say is be willing to have open thoughts and open dialogue and open conversation. Be open to the changes that are coming and throughout the day. Any questions on that or any additions people would make to those guidelines of participation? Obi.
Hi, so first of all, thank you so much. I think that was a great introduction from the mayor and Michelle. Thank you all for being here. I have 2 things. One is a change and one is a consideration.
Okay.
First, so it's my 5th year on council now, and I feel like the old guy now, where I've been blessed with the guidance and leadership of Jody for all these years. And one of the things that he has empowered us to know and understand is that the strategic plan is City Council's plan, right? That includes structure, that includes content. It's what we want it to be based off of voters and what the voters have elected us to do. So first, I want to just say thank you to Jody for those years that has been instilled in me. And I wanted to say this out loud because we have several new folks on council. And if anyone's watching online, this is definitely your plan, the people's plan and council's plan. So one of the things that I want to make sure, so I understand the goal, and we do need to elevate the strategic plan. What I don't want to do is lose out on all of the specifics, because several of us have worked for many months with the public and with staff to develop specific objectives. And I know there are at least 4 of us who do not want to see that not be in this plan. So if there's a way of creating a hybrid, or some kind of hybrid where we don't lose some of those specifics, that is very important. And the second thing is the consensus voting. So the people have elected 7 people to be on council. Because our staff and council, we are committed, right, to honoring the will of the voter, the city charter, and past longstanding practice. Everything we do is majority vote. So I want to make sure that we don't lose the practical productivity of this day, waiting for a consensus on every single thing. That will waste a lot of time. And we have so many ideas, specific ideas, several of us. so I want to make sure that majority vote is still, that's how we're going to do it, and that's what we would like. So I want to get your thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you, Obi. So two things. One specific that you said is make sure we don't forget the specifics. So one of the first activities we're going to do is what we're going to call the parking lot. We are going to have you all write down those ideas of what the specifics are on a big chart paper behind me. And we are going to use that as part of our data gathering before we go into the priorities. This is the place where we, write them down. We're actually going to put them up on the wall so that we can refer to them a little bit later. That is kind of like the first brainstorming, as we usually call it, and putting those on paper. So that will get the specifics on paper written down. Anything to add to that piece?
Nope.
Of that activity? Okay. The second part that you said was the consensus voting piece. I guess I have a question. When we get to talking about the 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 priorities, when we get to that point, are you suggesting that we make sure we take a vote to confirm that these are the 3 to 4 priorities that the entire council or councilors are agreeing to? Or are you saying in certain points in the process, we need to pause and do that?
Good question.
Well, sort of a hybrid, so both.
Okay.
That there'll be a lot of decision points where we will have a decision to make. It needs to be a majority vote, that's one. But the second thing, there will be specific ideas that, what I'm saying is not just a parking lot. There are ideas, as we've done longstanding practice in these meetings, that we want, that should be voted on to actually be done by staff. Because this is one of the few moments where all of council gets to have a forum where we can talk about specifics. We have a limited range of what we can do with staff throughout the year.
100%.
That's why a lot of us have been working and researching really hard on a lot of these specifics these last few months, and that would be a travesty if we lose that.
Obi, great point, and I'll say one thing. We are going to get to the specifics, but what we have to do first is identify the 3 or 4 or 5 priority areas that you guys are gonna agree upon for focus, right? So we're gonna do that first. And when Maddie is talking about a parking lot, she doesn't mean it's not going anywhere, right? What she means is we're gonna set it aside in the moment until we can agree on what the priority focus areas are. And I think there's a lot of agreement, right? I mean, I interviewed all of you one-on-one, and I know Amber is out there in the ether. Amber, I hope you hear this, that there is a lot of agreement on what the priorities should be, right? I don't think there's a lot of debate about that. So what we have to do first is say, yep, these are the things that we agree are the focus areas, and then we're going to get into specifics. So we're gonna do both, but we're gonna do the big picture first.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Sarah first.
I do just want to, I am excited about us bringing specific things to the table today. I am a little hesitant about voting specifically on any of them today, because I want us to be able to have staff respond with the trade-offs for kind of what can we actually afford to do, what do we have time to do, and then come back to us with, okay, here are the opportunities, and we can set our priorities, kind of give staff direction after we've had them kind of mull over.
Yep.
So yeah, that's the only, I guess, difference, but I am excited for today.
Adam.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Maddie and Michelle, or I don't know what's the appropriate way to
No,
title
first
it.
names are great. That's why
Okay.
I'm using them.
Great. Pardon me. Yeah, I just want to echo a little bit what Councilor Azadi was speaking of on the parking lot, and thank you, Michelle, for kind of attending to the elevation of it. So I appreciate that. I kind of wonder about the wisdom, just like as Councilor Azadi was saying about the people's plan and something codified afterwards, whatever that process looks like. I'm not really offering thoughts on that, but particularly just on some sort of artifact as well. Like, I know the mayor mentioned, a nice, something small, something consistent, something memorizing, like just really this guiding factor. And I really love that. I love that we can always point back to I'll see it in my sleep and stuff. But something specifically that, you know, I know that staff has been working on a tremendous amount of initiatives, and I would like to kind of at least voice my own support on a lot of these initiatives and kind of encouragement on that, the continuation of those initiatives. And so I'm wondering about a way to really solidify that and not kind of offer it. You know, I would hate for maybe in this process, you know, something that staff is working on that is really supported by the residents and by council to be lost because it's not necessarily easily tied back into that.
Yeah.
And so just feel free, obviously, to kind of attend to that right now, but it's just one of my thoughts, because I think one of the benefits of you know, as we're looking at this you know sheet right here, is we can see, you know, hey, we pointed to staff, this is great, keep on doing this, and you've done a great job, you've completed it. We're getting a lot of that circular feedback that's, I think, helpful. Anyway, I'm rambling now, but.
No, you're not, Adam, and thank you, because I remember our conversation, and you were all about how do we marry what staff has been doing and what we want to do as a council going forward. And the thing that is sometimes misunderstood about strategic planning, it's that everybody thinks of it as everything is new, right? Like everything that's in a strategic plan is brand new. Like it's all the stuff that we want to do and we aspire to do. And it's not that, right? It's that, and it's the stuff that you've already been doing. And so if a strategic plan is everything is new, it's not a good plan. So what I took away from my one-on-one conversation with you is that we need to marry together the things that we're already doing, that we've already advanced, that are already things that we want to continue to do with the new stuff that we want to do. And that is actually the hub of what we need to do today. It is the challenge and the stuff that we need to figure out today, right? That's what we need to do today.
Thanks, Michelle. Yeah.
Any other comments? Amber, I know you're online. Any other comments before we move on to setting the stage?
Maddie, if I could jump in.
Yeah,
Amber's there.
Go ahead, Amber.
yeah, so I agree with Counselor Azadi. I also, you know, I put a lot of work into prepping for this, and I'm a little worried about, you know, getting my ideas out there as well. Also, it would have been nice to have had the talk this morning about the changes that we're having to strategic planning earlier than this morning, because that could have, you know, I could have changed some of the way that I prepped this. And, you know, my understanding of, you know, strategic planning is you have strategies and then you plan on how to reach those strategies. So when I start creativity, and then I have all these ideas of plans that we could implement as a city to reach that strategic goal of inclusivity. And so I don't know, I don't know, I guess I want to make sure that at times that it's not, you know, if we do need to vote, it's not a consensus voting, that it's a majority vote. And I just really want to, you know, just like what Obi and Adam said, like make sure that these ideas get out. Because if this is not what we were looking for today, then I don't know when these ideas come forward or how, like that's what I thought today was for. So I'm a little concerned.
Thank you for sharing. Jody?
Oh, yeah, thank you. And thank you, Councilor Hott. I wanted to emphasize that as city manager, I have the entire executive leadership team here to, as Michelle said, to actively listen. We're also here to provide you with anything that you may have around questions around doability or barriers, if there are any of those. What I wanted to say aspirationally for City Council is today, you tell us what you want to do. You tell us what you want this city to be, and staff will take all of that. However you land that in the top 3 to 5 goals or priorities, you set those, and if you have actual KPIs or things that you want us to hit, you put those in there as well, and then staff will come back, I'll come back as your city manager and tell you, okay, here's how we achieve the strategic plan. And I can tell you if there's a lot of change in the plan from where our current plan is, then I will also come back and advise you as to where we need to make some changes to make that work. And those changes can come from cutting from some areas, repurposing. I commit that we're continuing our repurposing of existing resources as the first place we'll always go to get done what you want to get done. And then we look at other tools. And if, for example, if we can't get there with repurposing existing resources, then you will be presented with options around additional resources if that's necessary, additional staffing or budget or something like that. But the focus today would be you set the vision for what you want this city to be based on what you bring to the table with your with our community, and then staff will come back. Well, in the moment today, we'll tell you if there's any usually legal barriers or those kinds of things. And if there are none of those, we'll come back and tell you how to execute this plan, if that makes sense.
Well, and the other thing, thank you, Jody, for that. And the other thing that I would underscore is we are neutral facilitators, right? We are here to run a process. And Claire, I'm just gonna say it at the beginning, she is like seeding as mayor, this whole process. Jody, right? We're here to be neutral facilitators. So our job is to surface what you want to do and to put that together in a way that you can move forward together, right? So that is our job, and that's what we're here to do. So I want to, if I can, neutralize concerns about, can this be everybody's vision? I think it can. There's a lot of alignment in the individual conversations that I had with every single member of this council. You have really great aligned ideas of where you want to go. So that's what we're looking for today. It's like, how can we find those places of alignment? Because that is what a strategic plan is. It should be able to live beyond a particular group of people, whether they are the leaders internally to the organization or the elected officials. It's like a North Star vision that you can set with the best intentions of the residents and the businesses and the people that make up Westminster, and agree on that and say, I get 80% of it, right? 80% of it I support and love, and that it can live beyond me. And so that's where we're trying to go with your plan, that you can embrace it because there's part of you in it, and you can see it continuing on past your time, right? That's where we're trying to go. That is a best practice with strategic planning. And I'll just say this, I've been doing this for 30 years. And that is, like, I don't say that a lot, but I just want you to know we're trying to collectively move this city into a place where it's already a best practice, right? We give you as an example to other clients. And how do we get you to a level where you're tactical and big picture at the same time? So that's what we're trying to do today.
I'm gonna pause there. I'm gonna rip this off and it's gonna be loud, so I just want everyone to hear that. Are we okay to move on to what a strategic plan is? So I think we've talked a lot about it, but not everyone's on the same page about what it is and how to do it. So, we've talked a lot about its priorities and how we're gonna focus on. We want it to be a living document, right? What that means is it is actionable, it is out on, in this case, the example was out on a desk. Some people also put it out on a wall or up on a wall. It's also for staff, frontline, all the way to directors to look at and see what their purpose is in the city, right? So that is also a key point of this. The third thing I wanna say is it's a tool for transparency. Your one-pager proves this with your executive summary, but the other ways in which you report back out to the community and to staff of how progress has been made. Finally, what I want to say, and I think we've touched on this a little bit, is the implementation plan. That is the how. That is the tactical. That is where we want to push you a little bit into making a high-level priorities, and then the implementation plan is how it gets done. Staff is here to be your guide in that. Like Jody said, they will be the ones to tell you what is possible, what is not, what decisions you all have to make in order to get things done. The implementation plan is that how. I want you all to think of them together, but there also can be separate documents. They go together, but one is more high level and the other is tactical. Let's move on. The elements we'll be talking about today is mission, vision, guiding principles, and strategic priorities. We will review your mission statement. That is what you do now and for whom, right? We know that you do it for the residents and for the city, but how you do it also comes out in there. I'll talk a little bit about your vision statement. This is where you are going. This is that 3 to 5 year vision. Sometimes people go as long as 10, but maybe further, but what you want to achieve for the community. That is one concise statement that people can remember. Then we'll talk about the guiding principles. These are the core underpinning foundations of why you do what you do, right? As anyone who's associated with Westminster, this also connects a lot to staff, and we want to make sure that that is clear. And then finally, what we've been talking about a lot is strategic priorities.
Those handful of areas which you're going to talk about right now.
Yeah, so this is the visual we usually like to show with the vision statement being overarching, the mission being the next support. The foundation is the guiding principles, and then those pillars. We have 5 here, 3 to 5 is the typical of what those pillars support the organization, right? Those are the high level roll-ups to the items that come below. Who is doing what? So Michelle's talked a little bit about the North Star vision. Do you want to say anything else about that? Okay.
Oh,
That's what we are working towards today, is that one point of unified, clear idea. You already have a vision statement, but we're going to review that and see how those strategic priorities can support it. What you all are doing today is the top pieces. What leadership and staff's jobs are to do is the objectives, the KPIs or performance measures, and the implementation plan. You tell them the policy level, and they will tell you the how and what trade-offs you might have to make it happen.
good point.
I think we've said everything on this slide, so I'm gonna leave it up for a moment, just so
Good point.
anyone online can also read it and summarize it. But we are setting a clear direction. We are talking about allocating of resources to get you there. We're talking about the strategic plan adapts to circumstances and changes, right? That's why we're trying to push you to those 3 to 5 high-level priorities, so that you can still meet those, but what if something happens, right? There are those changes that have to be supported from a plan. I always say when I was on the staff level, if I knew where the direction was going, we can move off the road and then back on the road as long as the stop sign doesn't change. And that is kind of the idea I bring to getting to those higher levels to support that, especially if you have an actionable strategic plan like you all have. I know this was talked a little bit about on the policy-making framework, so I'm gonna pause for a second. It looks like half of the slide is missing. Can you escape there it is.
I can put it all there.
Thank you.
It was,
It was the
one by
yes.
one.
I'm just gonna talk about it.
I'm gonna go back, just hang on. I wanted to make sure
Back key.
we got it all. Yep, I'll go back.
There we go. Thank you. So directive and below, that is city manager and staff. That's how they do the things as management. City councilor or mayor and councilors, you are above. You are at that policy level, the ordinance level, at the lawmaking body. There is a distinct difference, right, between the executive and the lawmaking body. And what I want you to know is we are staying and we are trying to get councilors to stay above the line. What is the what? What is your intent? So those ideas that you have, what is I like to say the purpose behind it, right? So the intent comes from your personal views, what you know from the residents, and that is what brings to that. And then finally, the actions that you all take. That is that policy level and that direction. However, staff comes in to support that. They do that in their day-to-day operations of continuous, what's a word I want to say? Continuous support to the community. Like Michelle said, and this is where I always say it, the strategic plan is not everything new, right? It is things that have to happen and that are already happening, that are going well. So we need to remember both in this process. Staff is in charge of the execution and the how. So that is what they're here to do today. I think we touched on that a little bit. And I know that they're here to answer questions if you have them.
And I would pause here to say, does anybody want to discuss this? Like, is this clear or not clear? Because there are differences, right, between you as elected officials, as the governing body, and the people who help you carry it out, right? We're presenting this to show that. Conversation, questions about this?
I got a thumbs up for people online.
Yeah, I'm confused. Because to me, the vision, the mission, and the guiding principles are the high level, what we do everything under. But you're saying our strategic planning is that. So I don't understand the difference. I thought we already had our high level, like, can fit on a page. And I thought that was our vision, mission, and guiding principles. So I'm confused.
Okay. I'm gonna go back and then you explain.
So Amber, thank you for pointing that out. I don't think we're saying anything different than what you understand. All we're trying to do is clarify the council's role. And the council has taken that role in the past. And I think all we're doing is doubling down on what the council's role is on leadership. So you all set the vision, you all identify the strategic priorities, and we're going to do that today, again, like we have done and will continue to do. It's just, I think some of this is in recognition that there are two new council members who we're just not assuming, right, that they have the history and understand where this group has been. And I'll just stop there.
What I was going to say is I'm pulling back up the elements because I want to say a strategic plan is all of these elements in one. So the strategic plan is the title of what we're doing.
Right.
Throughout the day, and part of what we are going to do is reviewing and looking at, again, the vision, looking at the mission, looking at the strategic priorities to make sure that those are true and accurate for this council. So the strategic plan is the overarching thing and the elements fall into that. I know we have talked about, we're going to talk about strategic priorities, but we also have talked about the mission. We also have to talk about the vision. We also have to make sure and confirm that those have not changed and those are still true and accurate. So we have to go through the entire process to get us to those strategic priorities and then details. If we don't have the correct mission, most statements don't change. Let me just say that right now. Most mission statements don't change. Vision statements can change, and that can then make an adjustment to the priorities. So we have to confirm all of those first before we move into the details. Is that helpful?
Amber, does some of that, what Maddie and I shared?
I'm just gonna trust the process.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, I said I'm just gonna trust the process.
Trust the process. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate the questions and level setting. It's good. Okay.
So if you have the actual piece of paper, we're on page 2 of how your strategic plan compares. So we are going to talk a little bit about the other examples and other communities we work with in comparison and why this matters. So your current strategic plan has 6 priorities, 46 policy objectives, and 181 objectives. This is a combination of both operational and policy, meaning some of it is policy level and dictated by the legislative body, and some of it is operational and is staff level. These both need to happen together to move and keep doing what the city is doing. But there is a lot of tracking involved. and I'm going to say this as an external neutral facilitator, that is a lot on staff. That is a lot of things to keep track of
You did
regarding.
this as a staff person.
Yes, I did.
In a city government.
In a city government. A lot on staff to track and make progress on. Also considering their day-to-day jobs. So I want to say that it is ambitious, but there is a lot that goes into that, a lot of considerations, the back and forth of how to move the city forward and continue operations. So that is where I'm going to pause and say how your strategic plan compares to others. Our typical clients and who we work with and what we try to do is get you to 3 to 5 priorities. There's going to be a lot of things that fall underneath those main topic areas, but that helps clear up the direction. 6 to 8 objectives per priority. That is a distinct difference from your plan to others. And the reason why they're so high level is because then those tactical items can fall underneath it. Let me give you an example, because I think that is helpful in this conversation. One of the recent clients we worked with, and one of the examples you see in front of you or that was sent to you previously, was the city of Washougal. That was one of the ones, recently looked at their dashboard. They have a transportation plan. Their objective reads, we need to create a transportation plan that does this. And that is the objective. The tactical things that come out of that came from their department head to get them how they're going to get there. And that's kind of the level we're hoping for. I consider it a roll up so that the tactical items can fall underneath and staff can pivot and make you the proper recommendations, knowing the information that you have. I see that that plan is being passed around as an example. A couple other examples that we also gave you and what we want to look towards is how to keep the plan easily understood by the community. And I'm going to say that because this plan is, as Obi put it, and I haven't heard it this way in a long time, the people's plan. If a resident picked this up, would they understand what they're reading? Would they say, what is my city doing for me? That's new residents, that's old residents, that's a long time, that's a better way to say it.
Yeah.
And that is honestly hard in the positions that you can be in as staff or as counselors to remember that that's who you're communicating with. So that's also a reason we're trying to push you is if someone picked this up, would they understand what my city does for me? I'm gonna pause there and see if there's any comments or questions.
Sorry, we're getting very excited over here about.
Yeah. Do you like the visuals? Is that the excitement I'm seeing? Okay. I was gonna say, there's some in there that show, like you said, that one pager, we call it a plan at a glance, that shows your mission, vision, guiding principles, or core values is another example that you see through there. And your strategic priorities all on one page. And that is really the connection point we usually tell people to say this, explain this to residents, because this is how they know in a one pager where we are and what we do. So you'll see a couple of those plans at a glances in those examples. I'm gonna pause for a couple minutes to see if there's any other questions or comments.
Great, and it's a magic trick. No, it really is, just strategic planning to get the long-term vision connected to how do we actualize it, right? That's the magic trick, and that's what we're trying to help you figure out. That's what today is really about.
Any questions or comments about the plans in front of you as examples?
Sarah, go
Sarah
ahead.
and then Christine.
I do like the Gresham format because
Yeah.
it's so informative on like, what is this plan? How do you read it? And then kind of highlighting, a few of them highlight the people in the community. And yeah, I mean, I like the structure of it, and it's pretty simple because let's face it, people aren't going into too much detail these days in terms of, you know, diving into something.
Yep.
And I'll be interested to see how it works out for them regarding the reporting, because it was like, it seemed actually like monthly, quarterly, it's a lot, but to your point. But in general,
I will say something on that. That plan's been around for a while. How they do the monthlies on their agendas, right? So they have an icon at the bottom and they just give an update on the agenda, monthly, what's happening. So that's how they do it monthly. Quarterly, they do it out on a report, red, yellow, green. Here we are, and this is the status. And then yearly is their detailed progress report. They also do have a dashboard online, and so they do a lot of it on the dashboard.
Yeah, and I do like the performance measures that I'm seeing in several of these. They kind of set the bar, but they don't tell you exactly how it's gonna get done.
Yes, and so the performance measures help you track progress on the overarching outcome that you're trying to achieve, right? That's the goal of a performance measure, is to get you to that piece. And some of them are reportable easily and some of them are not. So I will also say that depends on the data that staff has to be able to report on a lot of those. Christine?
Yeah, I did like the performance measures too,
Okay.
in the city of Washington.
Oh, yeah.
And just say you're gonna get a 2% increase in median income and 8% in tax revenues. I mean, those are specific goals, which are amazing, actually.
I gotta tell you, Dave Scott, the city manager, just reached out to Maddie and I in the last 2 days to talk about this, right? You can take examples from your peers and your counterparts, right? You don't have to figure all of this out on your own. He actually said he would be willing to talk to any of our clients about how they have approached this, so
Especially for the performance measures
Right.
piece, right? Because that's
thank you
usually
for pointing that out.
the difficult part, and we will talk with staff offline about that and what that reporting looks like, because that comes from the staff level. What data do you have? What information can you do? So once we have the direction you all want to go, we will work with staff to do that.
And Christine, it doesn't have to be complicated, right? Like, I put this out to our team from Dave as an example of, here's how you can do it simply and not make it complicated for you internally or for your constituents. Like, Dave doubled down. It was just like perfect in terms of timing. It would, like, this literally came from him in the last 2 days.
As
So-
an update to where they are in the plan, Michelle should say.
Yeah, and so it's just like, how do we just notch it up a little bit from where we've been and do it in a way that's meaningful to us internally and our community at the same time?
I think it's important to learn with those that are having success at these things. And I really did like Colorado Springs. This is really a good one-page thing without a lot of words.
Yep.
About what our strategic priorities are. That's a one page, but it doesn't have to have a lot of words.
And we will talk about this at the end too, so you'll have those throughout the day to look at. The last half an hour, we actually talk about reporting and what that looks like. So think about that as you continue to look at these and what you might like from the examples.
We gave you a range from really like small communities to like, yeah, Colorado Springs is gigantic in comparison to you. But we were able to work with them in a way that just consolidated what they were trying to do.
Obi.
Thank you for the visuals. I think they're also great. And I agree with Councilor Ireland. Colorado Springs was the one that jumped out to me. I think it's a beautiful, just visually beautiful, but also simple for community to understand. And when I looked at the one page, so on page 8 of the Colorado Springs, that's their one pager.
It's 2 pages technically because it's a spread, but yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you talked about having this consolidated view for the public, that jumped out to me because I think, and this might be what Councilor Hott was getting to, is that I'm sure we'll make edits to the vision, mission, and the strategic priorities, but we already have that, and that is our one page, like this. So we have our own version of this. What we don't have, to your point, is a consolidated strategic objectives. And I think that may be what Councilor Hott was referring to. On the magic trick today is actually gonna be more on the objectives, not on this other stuff. I'm sure we'll make some edits, but as you said, we're pretty aligned in general at that level. What I think the magic trick will be are the 181, right? So looking at the Colorado Springs, they did a great job of filtering that down,
Yep.
in a way,
Do
right?
today.
But if we don't, so I'll repeat the caveat to the whole plan is if we don't have enough time to talk through the objectives today, that would be a missed opportunity. So that's the one thing that, looking at this and just what we've been talking about, that's the only, not pushback, but it's a very serious concern, that we need time on the objectives.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Sarah?
Without seeing the handouts, I would have to agree with what, Obi just said, or Councilor Zadi just said about, are we using names, are we using titles today?
I'm sorry, we should have clarified at the beginning. I'm using names so that we can have a conversation. You all more than welcome to refer to each other however you want.
Okay, I agree with his assessment on what I was getting. I just wanted to point that out.
Amber, would it be helpful for us to point you to those visuals so you can see them? Okay, I got a nod in the
Yeah, that
room
would be
that's.
great.
Okay, I got a nod in the room that's happening. Anything else in the room? Sarah, yes.
Sorry.
It's okay.
There is one thing that I don't necessarily see in these, but I like from our plan is the
Sure.
guiding principles aspect, where it's sort of like a.
So in some of those, I'll say, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Some of them are called core values.
Okay, yeah, so, so if we can keep some of that, because these are the things that I see as underpinning the approach, because like innovation and, just collaboration or fiscal responsibility, like that should be, to me, like still guiding and shaping that work plan.
It is. Yep. And I totally apologize for interrupting you. Some of them might be called core values, but all of those also have the same element. They just are called something different.
Got it, thank you.
Welcome. Okay. Anything else here? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next slide.
Yep.
This is you, Michelle.
So we spoke with all of you and you had very,
Oh, wait, pause. I'm gonna take notes for you as you go.
okay, you had very specific things that you talked about, but you also had broad things that you talked about. And what I was encouraged by, and I'm always encouraged by this council, is that, and it has been this way for several years, even with ideological differences, is that you agree on some really big things, okay? Oh, I'm seeing the kids run around out there, can't not see it. You agree on ideological separate together things, like things that you know are important for your community. And this is what I want to point out here. So you all are in, I think, agreement that you want your strategic plan to go further out, right? You want it to live beyond your specific desire, and you want your specific desire to be in this plan. That's a good strategic plan when it can do both, right? You all want to have progress reporting that is very clear, okay? We just showed an example of that. Our Washougal client, they're really tiny. They're like 20,000 people, but they found a simple way to do it for their community. You want that. You want each of your priorities to show up in this plan. So this is the list, okay? You told me when I talked with each of you, excuse me, you said these are the things that we are focused on. And how do you elevate these big priorities into a group of 4 or 5 key things, right? 5 maybe. Like not much more than that, 5 things. So you're concerned about your sustainability as a government. That's revenue diversification. You want fiscal discipline. So those 2 things kind of go together. Water is going to continue to be a gigantic issue for you and this community and this whole region, right? So what do we do about that? How do we engage with our community? How do we make this an affordable place to live? Where people who are already here can stay here and people who we would want to attract could come here and live here. And everything that goes around that, right? And then resiliency. This is a big category, right? What does that really mean? That could incorporate many, many different things, right? That could be a gigantic bucket in your strategic plan to put a lot of stuff. How do we continue along our path that makes this a beautiful community to live in? How do we contribute to a beautiful environment, which you have done beautifully over the years, right? You have done that. How do we sustain that over time? How do we continue on our march? It's a safe community. Like, how do we continue to do that? And then economic development. How do we continue to make this place vital, right? So you've got a bunch of things there which are pointed towards those 4 or 5 priority areas that you would put as focus areas in your strategic plan. So, like, it's on you now. This is what you told us. How do you organize these things in a way that gives Jody and his team and everybody the focus that they need to address these things, right? That are important to you, that you have said as a council, this is the list. So that's what we need to do next. How do we take these things and make them focus areas and prioritized in a way that you provide the direction as a city council to Jody and his team to make the things happen in these areas that you want to do. So that's the next piece.
So now that Michelle has given that overview, one moment, Adam, I'm gonna explain the next step and then I'll take your question. We're gonna move into a kind of dual thing. There's gonna be a break and an activity. So I'm gonna say it's gonna be a working break. So take a break as you want to, but also move it into the first activity, which you'll actually see on second page, second kind of table down, the individual chart activity. So I've given you all a marker. If you don't like the color, come let me know and get you a different one. And I'm going to set up the big chart paper on the back 2 tables. I might actually add another one on the back table, so you have space to write. We're gonna break into your individual chart activity. So you're the participants. We're going to list down in bullet points your ideas, your suggestions, and your aspirations related to the priorities. They can be in the similar categories as here, and that's what I suggest. So if we write down revenue diversification, write down underneath that what your bullets are related to it. Then going down to financial discipline, is there anything under there? Does that part of the activity make sense? And then, if there's anything that doesn't encompass all of these, add it at the bottom. Say, this is my areas. So, going through this list, those are the ways we're gonna categorize your thoughts or ideas and do it in a working break / activity for the next 15, 20 minutes. Questions on the activity, and then Adam.
Let's just jump into the activity, it's fine.
Okay, well, thank you for doing that. 3 to 5 words per bullet is the goal. And I know that seems hard because you want details. 5 words I will take. More bike lanes is my example. Affordability, need childcare. Like, honestly, that high level and simple. If you will be walking around during this 15, 20 minutes, we'll play it by ear, see how it's going. If you need more chart paper, we'll get it, and we'll answer questions as we go. It is meant to be individual for now.
I like a visual, because I think it helps everybody, and so, I mean, I'm taking it from Jody, it's an airplane. It's like lift, if you have the desire to go into the details, lift the nose of the airplane up, right? It's like We're talking priorities right now, right? We're talking identifying 3 to 5 priority areas for you to focus on over a very long-term period of time that actually exceeds your term, okay?
That's a good
It
point.
exceeds your term. So go there, like, and anytime you wanna dive too low, bring the nose up, we're gonna get to the details, right? We will do that today. But right now at 10 o'clock in the morning, we need you to go up, right? We need you to go up for a minute.
And the point that Michelle just made is the third one on here, accomplish in the next 2 to 3 years. That's how long-term you're looking,
Go out, and maybe even a little bit past that.
if you could. But we're gonna start with 2 to.
Right, we'll satisfy there, but it's like, think beyond your term.
Mhm.
Where do you want this community?
So we're gonna leave up these areas so
Yep.
that you can focus on these. If you need the printed agenda, on page 2 is the actual examples. Okay, I'm gonna set up the rest of the chart paper. Amber, can you hear me? Okay, I was gonna talk to Cody about how we were gonna do this for you, but it sounds like I will talk to her in a moment.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
We will figure out how to get the download.
Yes, and I will probably chart it.
Yep.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah, no other direction. 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, are we sticky? You're welcome.
Nope, you're doing all individual.
Okay.
Each get your own large piece of chart paper.
So Maddie, how long?
3 minutes each.
Oh,
I know it sounds bad, but you're gonna do a summary level of your summary because they're on the wall for a reason.
This is why
We know that they're
here,
written
'cause
down.
I would let you go for 30 minutes.
No,
and
no,
she's not
no.
letting that happen.
The last thing I want to say, and I'm going to turn around so everyone can hear me on one moment. I don't want these to be overlapping.
Yep.
I want to ask the room, is this an okay place for us to stand for people to see this?
Or
Do we need to- do we need to move
something
them?
else, right?
We're good? Thank you.
3 minutes, who's going first?
I wrote down Amber's thoughts in the black, and that's what they are, and Amber will present them.
Yep.
But I wanted you all to know why that was up there.
Yep.
Okay, Counselor, who?
Who's going first?
I can go first.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Go.
Okay, so 2 or 3.
3, I'll give you 3.
She said 3, I'm going with her.
So my page is a little different than the instructions, but it's all related to the affordability line. Not that I don't have other interests, of course, but I've chosen to hyper-focus on affordability these next few years. And I wanted to deep dive into what that means at a high level, and I wrote down my specific ideas on the lower level that I won't go into today yet. But the first one is reduce the cost of survival. I think that encapsulates several things, several ideas that I have, and I can get back to that. Number 2 is protect and expand owner opportunity. 3 is reduce structural friction and soft costs. 4 is deploy city assets strategically. So under number 1, some ideas for reduce the cost of survival. I have create a childcare facility property tax incentive program. I have elevate grocery stores as critical infrastructure. The water affordability task force that we've already discussed, and exempt infant formula and feminine hygiene products from grocery sales tax. Number 2, under protect and expand owner opportunity, I have to create the Westminster down payment assistance pilot program, to anchor corporate ownership, the data analysis that we did on corporate housing ownership, anchor that within our housing needs assessment, and make that assessment a 3-year ongoing piece, and then increase the short-term rental fee. Number 3, under reduce structural friction and soft costs, I have lower housing costs by streamlining development fees and timelines, and institute a grocery fast track to reduce soft costs for new grocers who want to come here. And then finally, under deploy city assets strategically, I have identify city-owned land and buildings for donation or discounted resale to childcare providers, affordable housing providers, and grocers. And then at the bottom, I put other things, but I trust my colleagues will cover those. You know, there are a lot of other important things that we need to do in the city, such as economic competitiveness, environmental stewardship, infrastructure reliability, and so on. My thinking here is that affordability is actually intersectional with everything else, and it will help us economically, it'll help us competitively, and so on. So that's why my focus is on that. And that's
Thank
it.
you, Obi. Thank you. Who's going next? Next counselor, just step up.
I can jump in.
Awesome.
Adam Barajas, Westminster City Council. Revenue diversification, I asked for the I lean on staff and staff knowledge for this. So asking council for regular reassessment within our revenue streams, what are kind of as economics kind of rise and fall. And I got some feedback that that's already happening with our budget planning process. So just kind of continuing that, prioritizing that. And then maybe a little bit more granular fee and use analysis. So just, I mentioned this at city council meeting before, but just being able to look at parity for surrounding areas to see what our fee and use kind of looks like particularly for construction. But it kind of, if there's any director is saying, hey, this is an opportunity for me to kind of offer some feedback on some fees that we assess in our department. Just kind of looking at whether it's to raise it to, increase revenue, or if it's an opportunity to lower it to offer resident affordability as well. This is for financial discipline. I think this is something that we get a lot of feedback from residents, and I want to kind of ensure that we have a plan to communicate. Westminster, and just for anyone listening to, Westminster is very well directed with making sure that we are continually solvent, we're never over leveraged, all of these things, but making sure that we communicate that and kind of in that communication, what are those big standards? What are the things that are no-go zones to make sure that we are a city that lasts through thick and thin? Water and drought, I asked, we've already kind of committed as a city to a lot of water safety, a lot of water security. We know that our water is well cared for. We have a lot of the security of our water, particularly our water resources, are very well cared for. We have a lot of water rights in that way. So just continuing to ensure that those are never kind of sacrificed. And also that we model good stewardship with our city usage. So I know that one thing that I've heard from residents is like, oh man, it's been raining for 3 days straight and we see sprinklers going at this stuff, So just looking for opportunities to model good stewardship around water, because I think the last thing that we can do as a city is kind of offer solutions to residents to use less when we're not. Community engagement, this is one of my big ones. I would love to kind of, in-person engagement is what I think is really desired for residents across the country, certainly for people across the country, but with certainly doesn't miss in Westminster as well. But that in-person connectivity via transit and trails, making it really cheap and easy to have that connectivity. We don't necessarily need to drive to someone's house to see them. We can just see them as we're walking around our communities and our neighborhoods, get to know them that way. Specific neighborhood and HOA programming to really lock in on that hyper-local connectivity. And I didn't want to miss that we're already doing some really good stuff with communication with residents and really tying that down, engaging in that, offering, the city has been really helpful in empowering me to engage with residents in kind of creative ways and other counselors as well. So really not losing that. In terms of affordability, I think where I see a lot of my role is within housing policy and the policy around our strategy for unhoused. I want to just echo again the STEPS program that the city has done an incredible job with doing. I didn't list it specifically, but that's kind of what I'm naming in the strategy. And also any other ways that we can take resident feedback to really codify our strategy to attend to both resident needs and the needs of those who are unhoused. Resiliency, we just saw a really windy day with a lot of fire. So just really ensuring that our emergency preparedness is never sacrificed, that we're constantly, we don't let the cobwebs form on those pieces. Particularly around fire and tech risk management, I'd like to see a continued focus that's in our current strategic plan, but also ensuring that these are the things that no one talks about because they need to happen. And I would like to never have people talk about it because we failed in some of this risk management stuff. And also environmental stewardship. I think we're seeing a lot of these drier days, a lot of these windier days, a lot of these impacts that, if we as a city aren't attending just to the greater picture of environmental stewardship, I think we're kind of asking for some of these higher risk events. Beautification and environmental stewardship. Just really want to highlight a city, from the Environmental Advisory Board, this is something that I heard a lot of, is like city-led stuff. So if we have some sort of policies, we're asking for a citywide engagement that we, as a city, start first. So whether it's, drought management, water management, it's the city leads. I'd like to really ensure, this is just want to tie them in, a water focus on this beautification. So whether that is more water-wise programs and projects. And something that I know a lot of counselors have spoken of is the tree canopy. I would love to have some sort of some real focus around. I would love to make Westminster the shadiest place on earth, right? At least in Colorado. So tree canopy and ways that we can kind of really get our hands in the dirt for that. And finally, insect and wildlife plan. These are kind of keystone creatures for environment. And while we are a city, we also are part of the beautiful ecosystem of the Front Range. And so where we can attend to making sure that we don't have a breakdown in our backyard. Community safety, really, I would love to see the city dive into, these are some of the more quiet things around risk management, but proactive and connectivity, things that reduce crime rates before they even start. The safest city is the one that stops crime and stops fires right before they even happen. And those come, just whatever kind of programs from after school, childcare and after school activities to just connectivity programming that makes residents know each other and safer in that way. And then also options that attend to recidivism. So just ensuring that, as people are reintroduced, I know, our municipal court system does a great job with this. And so again, I want to highlight those programs and really see if there is creativity in ways that we can as a city pursue more. And then finally, economic development, refocusing on that transit and connectivity. People can spend more when they can go more, and if they want to spend more, they can. Giving them those options for cheaper travel. Finding ways that we are connecting housing and commerce, whether that's through trail systems and through transit or even mixed use development, whatever makes sense. And then finally, this is a little outside of our scope, but really finding ways that we can be good stewards of building and educating for just advanced economics. So ways that how are our youth really growing up in Westminster to become leaders of both economics and development here in the city themselves.
Thank you. Who's going next?
How about I go ahead and get
Go ahead,
mine done?
Claire.
Yeah, let's go. And so thank you, Maddie, for walking by. I could not think after you reorganized, I had to toss that and start over. So, but I've relabeled A, B, C, D just so that we can throw all those into the 1, 2, 3s here. I found that our objectives, I really like them. So I just took our top 4. So our top 4, I think everything fits into them. So one of ours is access to opportunity. That's affordability, which is everything, Councilor Zadi talked about, as well as many of my peers here. I think that transit is, I was very close to wanting transit to be entirely one of its own sections, and so I can still talk about that possibly, but I feel like it also fits into access to opportunity, which is really so powerful that maybe access to opportunity should just be in our vision statement. Strong infrastructure, there's no access to opportunity if our roads don't work, our everything else, right? Strong infrastructure has to be there. And then equity of diversification of where we invest throughout the city, which I think we've been doing a great job of, really trying to strongly invest in our South Westminster, make sure that they're not neglected, and ensuring that everyone in our city is helped and protected and provided for, which includes our unhoused folks, it includes our immigrant community. I'd really like us to look at, our food truck operations, can we make those easier? Can we make access to housing easier? I think all of that fits under here, but we've spent a long time, as in a couple years, talking about those things, so I won't take too much time here. A big one is community empowerment engagement. As many folks probably already know, this is an area I'd really want to focus on for my tenure, and I'm trying to really re-envision and reimagine our communication plan. We have, as you have already heard, several counselors really prioritizing our community engagement and what that looks like. So new comms plan, I just 360 it internally and externally, and that means internal stakeholders within the city. What does that look like with our businesses, our HOAs, our residents, everybody within the Westminster, and how are we engaging with our external stakeholders, our counties, our state, our congressional offices? How are we ensuring that we obtain all the opportunity there is there, and that we're communicating with them frequently, that we know about the grants that are coming our way, et cetera. And so that includes this reimagined town halls. I want us to be going to you. I want us to be holding them outside. I want us to be going to North Westminster, South Westminster, Broomfield, areas that, they feel neglected, like they have to go to Broomfield services. I want to talk to them about that. So anyway, there's a lot under community engagement. There's also, I know there's a few concentration environmentally down here, but community gardens, I think that's another way that we can reimagine how counselors engage with the community. That's something I think is very popular right now. Maybe also under access to community engagement and opportunity is, our food forest ordinances. I want to take a look at, how do we maybe reimagine the way we look at our land use? Can we make it, legal and provide opportunity to provide food for folks in new ways, and that provides get people outside, gardening, et cetera. I know there's a lot to unpack. I'm trying to be very high level. Community health and safety, I'm trying to make sure that this covers everything. In my mind, the community includes our ecology and biosphere, as our Adam just mentioned. So I'm thinking maybe we call this community, health, community health, safety, and environmental stewardship, possibly. But ensuring that we protect, obviously, for water protection. We already have water protection within our comprehensive plan, which makes our comp plan more secure than most cities. So I think we're doing a good job. I'm not gonna worry about this. Of course, it includes fire, police, it includes building the new fire station. It includes, there's just about everything is under health and safety. It obviously includes making sure that we're built out in such a way that we're beautiful and equitable, and that, you know, we're not too dense in some areas, that we're not doing all of our affordable housing in one area, that we manage our police resources to our density, all of the above, right? We're being mindful. And then economic vitality, I just want to continue the pressure, which I'm really grateful for, to our economic team for finding those key attractions to keep our community's economy strong, because we need to rely on that. We can't rely on federal dollars. We got to rely on our local dollars to keep us strong. So making sure that we continue to look for restaurants, retail. We've done a lot of this. We've done a great job. And also it means fiscal responsibility and stewardship. We're gonna have to continue our tight budget management, which we've done an excellent job of over the last couple of years. I think it means that unfortunately over the next few years, we already know we're tight. We're gonna have to continue doing that. And so thank you to our staff listening. We know you're working hard. It makes sure that we have that resiliency built into our economic vitality. We continue the economic development and strategic investments, especially obviously in our new downtown, making sure that that's built out, making sure that the different areas we're concentrating on between Orchard Park, our new downtown, the South Westminster are really flourishing and thriving, and we're driving those third spaces to be active. And then revenue diversification, that falls under economic vitality as well. And I think we've done a good job with that with our bonds, et cetera, and continuing our financial discipline overall. So I think that our objectives, just in my mind, I think that they cover it, and we've had a good job. We have 4, and so I packed a lot into there. There's a lot unsaid that I hope that we're looking at.
Thank you. Who's next? Sarah?
Michelle's
Go
looking
in.
at me, so I guess I'll go.
Go for it.
Try and stay to 3. A lot of these overlap with one another, so, and with everybody else. All right, so quality of life and place was a big bucket, but it really has a tenor for what we hear from our residents. Like, they want to have a good, you know, they want to love their neighborhood. They want to feel like they have investment happening in their neighborhood. They want to see that. So part of that is strategic public realm improvements, being thoughtful about how we can elevate, particularly in the southern half of the city, which is older. So that thought, which I did for kicks, add in beautification and environmental stewardship as a piece of that. Economic development feeds into that. Cultural programming and arts, but it's really about the lived experience, and that can be like your physical experience, but also your feeling of safety as you're living here. And so that kind of encompasses all the public safety components. Resilience is, I focused on many aspects of that. Revenue diversification, economic development, in there again. Environmental conservation, conservation of our resources, ensuring that we're maintaining our infrastructure, and then fiscal responsibility and financial discipline fall into the resilience component. If we aren't putting money into infrastructure now, we're having a problem later. Connection, I think, is one of the things that we all strive for as a human. And there's so many different ways that connection is an overarching element to our lives. And so whether that's community engagement, us connecting to residents or businesses, or residents connecting with residents, whether it's like a community garden or what have you. And so that is really one of the biggest things, is how do we take activities, programming, and really develop and continue to foster social capital. Because honestly, that's how people also rise, right? By knowing other people and making connections to find their way in this planet. And transportation, it falls under there too. If you met somebody and you can't get to them, or you can't get to the job, that's a killer for opportunity. So connection to me is just a critical component of our lives. And then opportunity, this is what a lot of us are focused on, keeping people housed, from diversity of living options, from parking to home ownership, the full range, and then economic development and jobs. And I fully support a lot of the more finite things that people are bringing up in terms of affordability and opportunity. So
Thanks, Sarah. Christine, you're next. And then Amber, we have not forgotten about you. We're gonna get there.
Well, I wrote kind of small, so I don't know. if you can read
That's
it, but I
okay.
can.
We can see it.
So I presented the plan for the ballot measure for $1,000 extra for every corporation that owns housing in our city. And I talked to our lawyer, Greg, he thinks it can be done, so if we make it as an excise tax. Financial discipline, think we can use more innovation, there's more innovation out there. And just like the state is saying to do more with less, so we have to continue to think of those ways to do that. But one of the ways, I went to NLC in Salt Lake and I went to a class on vitalizing your downtown, and parking was a big thing. You can increase the traffic in that area 80% by have 2-hour free parking everywhere. And our city manager suggested 4 because that makes it easier in the police department. They don't have to, because I had a discussion, I went to the Go Glow ribbon cutting yesterday and they want another location. That place is booming, by the way. I went in there and it's just a spray tan, but it's different, like you don't look orange. And it's amazing. Like they already have 85 clients in the short amount of time they've been open, like memberships. So they want another location. They were looking in Broomfield. And I said, how about the new downtown? That'd be a great place, I think. And they said, well, we don't really like the parking situation there. So I think we need to do something about that. I think we'll get more businesses down there, more people down there. Also, that they suggested more outdoor seating in front of your restaurants because people like to sit outdoors. That helped them a lot. And another element of surprise. So we talk about art all the time, and we have balloon down there. Like to have balloons in different areas where people have to find them. So it's kind of an activity for the families, the kids. So if we can emphasize maybe having a certain number everywhere and they have to find them down there. They did that with woodchucks in Raleigh, North Carolina. Woodchuck. Anyway, I think balloons would be cool. Just saying. Water drought, we have a real issue with that this year and it's kind of scary. Hopefully we can find some federal grants to pay for a water treatment plant. I tried to buy $1 billion lottery ticket to help out because I was gonna pay it off for you guys if I won. Just to let you know. So that's an idea for all of us. It's up to $1 billion, okay? Communications, town halls in specific areas like HOAs. I mentioned homeschooling because if we don't have excellent schools and people are taking their kids out of schools, that is gonna hurt our economy, not only for our school districts, but people leaving our state because they don't like the schools. That's a big thing for families. Small businesses, how they're doing, if there's over-regulation, too high taxes. I know the property taxes are hurting them, regulations are hurting them. So we need to know the specifics of what is hurting them. So I would like to have town halls on that. Affordability, I'm really into home ownership. That's why I want to help first-time home buyers. I know I had an FHA loan with my first home. I only had to put $6,000 down. So there needs to be more home ownership because our economy cannot grow with just rental properties because people can move out all the time. They don't stay, they aren't invested. Of course, I'm into lower taxes. I think the lower your taxes, the better your economy. Competition, attract more grocery stores. If you have competition, you have lower prices. And so I don't know that we have too many empty spaces, but I've heard that if you tax those spaces higher, then they'll sell. So that's my suggestion. If there's any empty businesses sitting around, we should be taxing their properties to get them to sell. Let's see. I'm into all power sources. I know our state's trying to kill natural gas. This is hurting industries like food manufacturing, which is gonna make our grocery prices higher. Adams County has quite a few food manufacturers that need natural gas. And to kill it, And honestly, heat pumps do not work when it's really cold. You have to have a backup natural gas furnace, which makes it ridiculous to me for homeowners to have to change out to having 2 systems. So even if Excel's giving you $18,000 to replace it, it's still not the best way to go. So I'm for solar, I'm for nuclear, I'm for it all, because we need it. Electricity is more in demand than ever. Resiliency, I think we have too many large capital projects going on right now. I don't want any more without voter approval. Attract businesses that create jobs and provide more sales tax. So whatever that is, regulations, whatever we need to do that. Beautification, of course, I was always into our city being a tree city, which it was when I moved here. So I don't like seeing our trees dying but with the water is an issue. So I don't know how we get around that. I know we've talked about having more recycle centers or recycling bins, whatever. I just want you to know that most HOAs have at the curb. We can talk to them about it if we have this town hall, but I know that the ones around me do. Community safety, support our police. Also, I think the homeless situation, we need more accountability to whoever is providing for them, that we're actually getting them off their feet to change their lives. And so whatever that takes to make that change, which I have, I went to Salt Lake, I found how they changed lives. I haven't been to the Aurora Center, but we need to talk about, we want changes. We don't want them to just be homeless for the rest of their lives. So that's what I want. Economic development, I think we need to track people that want the American dream. They're not looking for handouts. They're looking to work hard to own a home. I'm for families because that's how your economy grows. That's why we need to go to schools. We need good jobs. We need ways to get a first-time home. And that's my hope for the city.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Christine. Amber, you are up. Can you hear us? Oh,
They're having some trouble right now. I'm troubleshooting.
okay.
Excellent.
So Jack, can you go first while we're waiting for Amber?
Sure.
Yeah.
I will keep it for 3 minutes. Because that's my job. I'm gonna start and go in reverse order because one of the things that Sarah said that I agree with is I think the word a connected city is really important. For a lot of the same reasons that Sarah said, so I don't need to go into a lot of it, but microtransit and public transit and those connectivities, walkable spaces, connected neighborhoods and connected communities. And then my big thing is always making all of those spaces accessible so that individuals who cannot normally access them are able to connect with their neighbors. Under economic development, I think a lot of it is similar to some of the diversification needs that were talked about, including cultural events, art, supporting artistic events and cultural events in the city, cross-city collaboration on events that occur, and to develop the economy. And obviously, I think a lot of key to our economy is workers. So making sure that we're supporting both workers who are workers within our economy, but also city employees is a huge engine of economic development and a huge part of the city. And then employing, specifically and encouraging employing disabled workers. Community safety, to what Adam talked about, which includes investing in crime prevention, not just crime mitigation, but strategies to prevent mitigation, and building safer infrastructure, so the way we build roads that make people drive slower, and things like that. Beautification, the environmental stewardship, which is again, it connects to better public transit and walkable green spaces where people can live and enjoy the environment close to where they reside. Resiliency includes, I think, everything in revenue diversification, affordability. I don't need to repeat childcare, grocery programs, housing and ownership. The one thing I would add is specifically rental and mortgage assistance programs within our city. The community engagement, which I think is part of a connected city. I would like to see not only that we're, the continued good work of engaging our community, but using some scientifically validated polling and data in order to help us better engage and drive directions the way we're engaging. Water, which I would go up to financial discipline, includes stabilizing our water rates in a way that is fair and equitable, and ending with revenue diversification, which is extending the usage of our enterprise funds in more creative ways and evolving our existing fee structures to meet a word that I think is really important for me today, which is a modern city, because our city has changed and we're now in a transition to a modern city. So looking at the old way that we've used and brought in revenue and developing that into the modern city that we are today.
Thank you, Jack. Do we have Amber? Amber, are you there?
No, they are not.
They are not here?
Yeah, I mean, they're on the meeting, but the room's not connected to the meeting, so.
Happy to present what Amber created with Maddie. Maddie had to step out for just for a short period. Oh, there she is. Oh my gosh, your timing is perfect.
Why don't we get Amber on a phone and put a mic to the phone?
That would
Can we
be
do
awesome.
Can we do that?
Yep. So Maddie, everybody has presented, Amber, who you were able to connect with personally. We need to try to find a way to link Amber in.
Yeah, I just with a speaker, with a.
Speakerphone.
Yep.
With the handheld mic.
Okay.
Maybe?
Just trying to have Amber, because we've had all of them present, and so we want Amber to do the same.
That's not.
Could leave them a voicemail.
Microphone. Or would you prefer Maddie does it?
It was 3 minutes. Oh, so you're really good at that time. You have that
Okay.
3-minute sentence.
Well, in the legislature,
so
everything you testify is 3 minutes.
Is that what it is?
So you got that
Oh,
internal
okay.
3-minute clock, you know it's 3 minutes.
Do you want to give your summary? We'll play it over the microphone.
We used to, so years ago, we had to do.
Oh, yeah.
And we had to do 2-minute,
Yeah.
spiels,
So you got used to 2 minutes, like you got that internal clock of 2
Yeah.
minutes.
I'm always like, was there, like, is it troubleshooting?
Yeah.
Amber is having me do the summary because we are troubleshooting. So I'm gonna do, we're still doing minutes? Yeah, how detailed is that? Okay.
Everybody is gone, Maddie, so it's just Amber's report out.
Okay, so community engagement / inclusivity. The high level is Pride Flag at City Hall, codes, ordinance, and review for inequities, a committee to look at that. Improve translation services or continue to. And it also is a know your rights training related to that. Policies on progress for diversity and inclusion, that's looking at and making sure that they are, the policies include diversity and inclusion. Unconscious bias training for council. Collaborate with community organization for diversity challenges, as well as immigrant resident needs in the local community organizations. Under environmental stewardship and sustainability / protect, this is protect ecosystems or continue to. Solar design for city buildings, composting program, and streetlight solar power. There is a question for staff related to if this already happens for streetlights and if they are solar powered. Just gonna say that. I know Amber was gonna communicate that, but I'm going to. And then at the bottom, and I'll come back up because these don't have an area, housing / unhoused. Aging population, planning for housing, that's for the elderly. Housing positives at the last study session, I think that's more of a comment, that the moving in the right direction. Homelessness navigation centers. Cold weather protection or continuing it. Resource guide or handout for the homeless. Advisory committee for housing codes and a review of. Encouraging mixed income neighborhoods. And rental inspection improve, continue to improve, that one. The two that don't fit under one that is talked about, that is more high level. Review ICE policies and legislative direction from peers, what other cities are doing. And then policy regarding ICE from city buildings, not allowing ICE in city buildings. That is my report out.
Thank you for handling that for Amber. Okay, level set. We have everywhere from 3 priority areas to 9, right? So what we're gonna need to do next is figure out how to encapsulate everything that is ambitious, that this council wants to do, that's all legitimate, right? Into something that's doable, right? A direction that's doable for you as a sitting council, but also for staff, looking at Jody and his team of how they can actualize this, right? So our next step is gonna be lifting it up. So you all got to put out there everything you want, right? And we needed to do that, right? That was important to do that. So now we're gonna go back up. I'm gonna use the plane again. Gosh, I'm looking at the mountains outside the windows and it's so inspiring. We need to do the plane, again, the nose is up, right? So everybody put all of their stuff out there. Now we need to go up a level and say, what are the 3 to 5 broad areas, right, where we're gonna put our focus? So
We're gonna
Maddie,
review the vision and mission statement first, and then we'll go to that.
Yep, but we don't want to get bogged down there, right? Because, okay, let's just set the stage for this. So the mission statement is gonna look a lot like other cities, right? Because y'all do the same stuff. Let's just be plain about that, okay? So let's not belabor it. It's like, okay, we all have the same mandates as city government. So then we go to the vision statement, and your current vision statement is pretty pithy, right? We don't need to like and guess what? You have consultants because we can mess with the words, okay? We're not doing group writing here today. We're not doing that. So we're gonna do that, but what's more important, what is most important is you agreeing on the priorities, right? That as a council, all of you could say yes to the priority areas, right? That you could come to agreement on that. And that's really where we want to get the focus. And then you've got the details, right, that are under those. So if we can get from 3, we got 3 to 9, can we get to 5 or 4 from the 3 to 9? That's where that's the bulk of today, right? Your agreement on that. And then we can get, you've got the details there, we can work with the staff to bring the action plan back to you, right? That's what we're gonna try to get to today. So if I was gonna like highlight where we wanna go from here till 3 o'clock this afternoon, that's it.
And I want to thank you all. I'm sorry that I had to step away, but thank you all for the work that you did on the wall. I will review it as we move on to the next and read over it so I understand what was talked about while I was out. Are we okay to move back up to the front, Michelle, and we can facilitate the next stop? Okay. So the next part is the vision statement. Let's review what a vision statement does. It defines your desired future state and provides direction for where you're going as an organization. It's aspirational and looks 5 to 10 years out. Currently, this is the vision statement down here. What I want to do is ask the question, is this still true? Is this accurate? And what would you change? Is this true? Is this accurate? And what would you change, if anything? This could not be changed. And the reason I want to ask those 3 things is, to Michelle's point, we're not going to do group writing right now. I'm going to use this lovely, not that one because that has a different title, that one over there behind me to write down your thoughts and report out. And then we're going to move on to mission. So this is going to be the speedy part of today to get us to lunch because we need to use the second half of the day to focus. So mission and vision, I know Michelle likes to joke, I set a timer and I'm going to set a timer and I'm going to move as fast. So, vision statement. What is true, accurate, or what would you change? Westminster is a city of beautiful, safe, well-maintained neighborhoods and destinations with vibrant, diverse economy, rich and resilient environment, and a strong sense of community and belonging. Obi.
I love the statement as it is with the except, so what I would like to see is the word affordability in there, so affordable.
Add affordable. What else?
You're already doing it. Okay. Awesome.
What other comments, changes, alterations? Adam.
Yeah, just including connectivity or connected, so whether it's beautiful, safe, and connected, or a strong sense of community, connectivity, and belonging.
Connectivity. Okay, those are 2 additions. Any edits to remove or change? I say that because it's already a long statement. So. Thoughts? Do you like it as is?
Would like to hear from every council member on
Great
this, okay? The vision statement, so please weigh in.
Claire?
I liked it as is, and I'm really happy with the 2 edits. I like it even more. And the connected piece, I think, is really key for me. So now that we have that in there somewhere, I'm very happy with it.
Sarah, you're just getting back. We want every council member to weigh in on the vision statement.
What the questions was that I stated was, is there anything you would add, change, or alter, or do you like it as is? I'm gonna go to Jack next.
Yeah, I think one thing I would like to change is the separating of neighborhoods and destinations, because I would like our neighborhoods to be destinations, and I think to the idea of connectivity, I don't think we need to separate those as 2 independent things within our city. And because I did my job to take something out, I would also like to throw in the word modern, because I think that underlines the way we budget and the way we, the way we develop going forward.
I wanna clarify, when you're saying separate neighborhoods and destinations, you're not altering or taking something out, you're just separating the thoughts?
Well, what I would say is I don't like that they're separated.
Oh,
Like,
you wish it was
He
one
wants-
word?
Yeah, he
Yes,
wants
I
to
don't-
merge it,
I don't think we need
Thank you.
to.
not make it separate.
I think our entire city should be
Yeah.
well maintained.
Hmm.
You know, and I think that our neighborhoods are our destinations, so I don't think we need both those words.
We'll brainstorm on that
Yeah.
and present something. What else? Christine, anything to add?
I like it as it is. I'm fine with him taking out and well, maintain neighborhood destinations
We're a well-maintained city.
or well-maintained city. And then we don't even need those.
Nice
Or
point.
Community, or, there's probably a word that
Community is the one that we
The
typically
less
hear.
wordy, the better, I think.
agreed.
Do we have connection to Amber at this point? Okay, Amber.
Yes, I
Oh,
know.
yay, okay.
So I do like it with the, proposed edits, so I guess, what I'm mulling over here is, and I guess, other council members can weigh in, is if, a strong sense of community and belonging is the same as inclusivity. And if we agree it's the same as inclusivity, I'm fine keeping it as is. If we think it's something different, I would like that word added into it.
Thoughts on Amber's comment?
I think it's different and it's worth adding.
Jack, can you speak a little bit
Yeah,
louder?
I
Yeah.
think it's different and it's worth adding.
Okay. Any other perspectives?
I'm fine with belonging.
Christine, you like belonging, you like inclusivity. Anybody,
else?
any other council members that have thoughts? Obi,
I love the inclusion of the word inclusivity, no pun intended, but also we can remove some wordiness with the rich and resilient environment. Rich is very abstract and not specific, so I don't know if we want to replace that with something else, but it doesn't mean anything as it stands, the word rich. So if you take out some of those words, that can leave us room to add in.
good direction, and again, you guys know this from working with us over time. We do not wordsmith, like we get your input and Barry Dunn will give you some options for the revision of your statement. We're not gonna try to arrive at all the words today.
But I do want to hear the thoughts.
Yeah.
Anything else? I'm gonna say one last time. Yes, Sarah?
I do like the idea of adding connected in there.
Ah.
And yes, I think we can make it more streamlined in the first phrase.
Okay.
You could either change it to places or just say it's a beautiful, safe, and well-maintained city. If there's some other way, like the rich component is not like poor versus rich, but more like a complex and like vibrant and there's a lot
Vibrancy.
going on. meaty environment. So like, because part of what I've heard other people say today is that there is a desire for filling out, creating beauty, or making sure that we're bringing things to the community whether it's like culture or what have you, and so that's what that was.
Like the richness of what's available, the richness of
Yeah.
opportunity, the things that are here.
And
Is
if
that
there's a
conveying?
better word for it, because if it's too vague and,
Yeah.
We know what you're conveying, so we can come back with some thoughts.
And then, inclusive, I think that's, I think it's a good descriptor, because we want everyone to feel included in the decisions, in the community, so, yeah.
Claire?
Yeah, I'll just say real quick, I think there's, again, when we go through to try to streamline, there's ways to say it, and I know we're not supposed to wordsmith, but maybe if we did something like a strong, inclusive community and culture, or something like that. I really like bringing in culture there somewhere too, and there's other ways to pull in that inclusive statement, because we do want to make sure everybody is heard.
So can I just quickly clarify? You don't dislike this vision statement, right? It's kind of there. You want some tweaks to it. Would that be an accurate statement for everybody?
Except for me, I like it the way it is.
Christine,
I
so
like
you're
the way
going
it
on
is.
record,
I
you
don't know
like
that
it.
we need rich, and I don't know that we need all those words to describe a beautiful city. We could just say beautiful city, beautiful, safe city. Westminster's a beautiful, safe city with vibrant, diverse economy and resilient environment and a strong sense of belonging. I mean, we could take out some of those words.
Okay, so what I'm trying to
Make it
level
even
set is,
smaller.
The
you all.
intent is there.
Yeah, the intent is there. You don't dislike the statement overall. You want
Right.
some tweaks to it.
And we'll
Right.
come back with some options.
Yeah, which Maddie and I can do and bring it back. Would that be okay to state that? Don't dump it. Okay, I'll just be really blunt. Don't dump it. Tweak it. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, good. Then we're done.
Okay.
We're done with that piece.
Moving on to mission then. Would you all mind putting this up on the wall behind you?
Do it.
We got it. We'll do it this way. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to mission.
Yep. Back. Sorry, I'm going backward. I need to go backwards. Oh, where is it, Maddie?
Oh, hold on.
It's not there. Okay.
It's not there. Okay, it's on your paper in front of you, so we're just gonna play an audible.
And the reason we're not bringing a big focus to it is the reason we said before.
Well, typically we don't, we're gonna review it, but we don't typically edit a lot of it. So, the mission statement, the city of Westminster provides high-quality core services and fosters resilience in order to promote a safe and thriving community. That is short and sweet. I think that's why we probably didn't want to talk about it, because it is one of the most concise that we have heard.
I think we want to focus on vision and priorities, and then if the mission statement needs tweaking after the fact, we'll come back to it. It was intentional.
Is there anything there with mission that you want to talk about before we move on? Obi?
Yes, I would like to take out the word core.
Me too.
I think that's unnecessary. We provide high-quality services.
Core, remove. Any other comments or agreements? Jack and then Sarah.
I would just agree. I think all of our services should be high quality. I think they are.
Oh, all services are high quality, okay?
Yes, I don't think we need core. So
What else? Sarah?
I'll just read Colorado Springs, pretty good. To provide exceptional service, respond to evolving needs, and plan for the future to promote a flourishing community. Not to say, we need to copy that entirely.
We can't.
I know.
Well,
Yeah, no.
Sarah, can I just say, Maddie and I both worked on that project with Colorado Springs, and we didn't give it to you because we think it's the best or anything. It is, they talked a lot about the big term resiliency. And I saw that on the sheets up there, right? Not to lead you, but it's sort of like, how do we make this happen now and for the future at the same time, right? How do we do that?
Yeah, I like the fact that it responds to evolving, like that response to evolving needs. It's like, that is the resilience thing, like.
Whether you use the word or not, that's the idea they were trying to convey.
Well, our lawyer said we could copy it and be okay.
I don't want to do, we'll come up with our own, I mean, we don't have to trash our mission either that we had before,
No.
but, I just thought it was cool.
I think it's tweaking.
Any other comments before I move to OB about the Colorado Springs one? Any agreement, disagreement? There's a thumbs up in the room.
However,
I agree we should take out the word quote. Yeah, I agree we should take out the word quote.
Okay, there's 3 there. Okay, and
thank you,
then
Amber.
2 here. You are thumbs up, Adam. OB had a comment.
I just wanted to add, I agree with Sarah that that term, respond to evolving needs,
Mm-hmm.
it's not currently, so the word resilience to me doesn't really represent that. It represents more of a sustainability from a economic, environmental, et cetera, the three-legged stool.
We hear you.
But that, I love the Colorado Springs respond to evolving needs. I think that's a cool way of being responsive.
Okay. Other comments? Okay, we will do the same thing then with mission. Make some alterations, come back maybe
We're gonna
with
bring
one
it
that's
back.
similar to Colorado Springs without copying it, is what I'm hearing, just as consideration. Okay? Probably shouldn't say it's Colorado Springs. We're gonna come back with another mission statement that's similar to one we just looked at.
I think it's just like acknowledging the nuance of resilience
Yes.
that they provided. I still feel like we have, safe and thriving community who would argue that we're providing services for that, so.
And what the organization does, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Ready to pivot again? Yes. That's fast.
Yeah, that's what we
Which is
wanted.
positive. We have momentum. Michelle, go ahead.
Okay, so prior to lunch, now we're in the meat of it right now, okay? We're like in the core of it. You guys did this work, which was amazing. Amber, I hope you're hearing this because you did it too. You're not here in person, but you did it too. We have your vision up there on the wall, right? All the city councilors' vision of where we want Westminster to go. So the big challenge is taking that work and refining it. So you have the examples before you, right? We sent you 4 different strategic plans, right? To look at and to say, yep, we've got a very tactical plan, which is not a bad thing. And we want to elevate our vision to the next level. It's like we want to go further out. I don't care if it's 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, that's up to you. But it's like, how do we take all of what you've put up there, which is very well thought out, okay? And name 3 to 5 priority areas that you're gonna focus on.
So there's the ones that are already listed
Correct.
are the ones that I want to talk
Thank
about
you for,
first.
pointing me back to that.
You got it. For about 10 minutes. So we're going to talk about those first. And then if there's ways we want to alter those.
Here they are. They're right up here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Access to opportunity, community empowerment and engagement, community health and safety, economic vitality, resilient infrastructure, and organization vitality. And one thing I want to say for counselors who have not been a part of this process before,
Right.
you will see 2 things in what we like to do for strategic priorities. There's 2 words or 3, so they're short and simple. Usually there is a noun and an adjective in them, which
Great
helps to support them. So when we talk about it, there's the descriptor that helps like the vision, moving it forward, and then what we're actually talking about. So we're gonna take about 10 minutes before I think lunch was just delivered.
Yep.
So we're gonna take these 10 minutes to talk about these items first.
And look at what's on the wall,
And look what's on the wall to compare the two.
right?
Then we're gonna take a break and come back and talk about them again, because I think there's gonna be some time that's needed to think about
And
it
there's,
twice.
there's probably gonna be changes, so this is what is.
Mhm.
You don't have to stay with this, right? You have put on the wall the things that are important to you. So, these are likely gonna change a little bit, and that's okay. We're just letting you know where you've been. This is where you wanna go. So how do we name those 4 or 5 areas that you, as a council, as the elected leadership of Westminster, wants to go and then give direction to Jody and his team about where you want the focus?
Okay, will you short note for us?
Yep.
Okay. Who wants to go? Who wants, first thoughts? Sarah, then Jack, then Christine. And Amber, I won't forget that you're
And
there.
we're just talking big right now, right?
Yep.
So, and then we'll narrow down, but like when you think of those 4 or 5 things, looking on the wall, looking up over here, what are they?
Sarah,
I'll just throw out there a connected community.
connected community. Jack,
Second to that.
any other thoughts?
And I think somewhere in, we need to explicitly use the word affordable.
Affordable is a word, okay?
Yeah.
Christine,
I'm into economic vitality and safety, because if people don't feel safe, they're not gonna stay in our city.
okay?
Economic vitality, home ownership.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that when you talk about safety, do you mean both community health and safety, keeping it that broad, or do you want to just talk about safety? Broad or narrow it?
Safety means.
Okay. What else? Other thoughts in the room? Adam and then Sarah again.
I guess double second or third for the connected, though I do want to name that there's, I guess, potential for connected to be connected through all of them. I think connectivity is an option, kind of access to opportunity via connection, right? Empowerment, engagement via connection. But I also think it's kind of high level enough that it's, if it is woven through a lot of what we do, then maybe we do want to prioritize it as a high level.
Yeah.
I kind of take feedback from staff to see what's more helpful in terms of direction.
So that's a great point that you make, and I want to make one clarifying thing that, so you know. Sometimes the name of the strategic priority is, it can encompass a lot. So,
They're big buckets.
they're big buckets, and so you can make connected a big bucket.
Great.
And then you can fit a lot underneath it.
Yeah, and I would maybe like to voice, I just from what I kind of heard in the presentations, around affordability certainly, and affordability being linked with a lot of other pieces too, again, kind of having that same response.
Linked. I actually like that word, linked. Okay.
But, you know, to me, you know, I agree with Councilor Ireland in terms of like safety, a prioritization of kind of safety, but also kind of my vision of that is around everything, like safety from, you know, environmental risk, safety from obviously crime. Like it's foundational and kind of all encompassing, so maybe like, in my mind, the broader.
That is broad.
The broad.
Sarah, your thought?
I like that, like foundation of safety in some way. Yeah, I still like access to opportunity because I think it's an umbrella for affordability and ownership and just moving up / staying alive.
I'm gonna sing that song in my head for a little bit.
Oh, sorry about that.
What about other ones that are up there that haven't been discussed?
Can I ask a specific question?
Yes.
Because this is going back to my individual interviews with council members. So I think there's a lot of alignment around the idea of access to opportunity and affordable. Obi, I'm gonna go to you because I know this is a big area for you. Does access to opportunity capture it? Does it capture affordability? I'm just gonna go to it because I know that's an issue for you, that you care a lot about.
So I think that it does currently, however, we should be more specific. So I like the idea of breaking up the word opportunity to include the word affordable, right? And maybe even cost of survival. So that's really what we're getting at, because so the concept of affordability is subjective to you as an individual, to you as a family. You know, what's affordable for one person may not be affordable for someone else.
Got it.
But as a city, we have certain areas within our control specifically, right, that we can impact the cost of survival.
And some things you can't.
And the cost of survival is something that I think is much more, it's a broader way of thinking about it. So either that or the word affordable rather than opportunity, because opportunity is too abstract.
Okay. There might be a consideration there too, when we talk about outcomes. So let's come back to that cost of revival with
Yep.
outcomes.
100%. I just want to make sure we're covering the landscape.
Christine, and then I want to ask
I
Amber.
don't want people just to survive in our city. I want them to thrive in our city. I'm all about thriving, not just surviving.
But survive and thrive is
Survive and thrive.
I like that.
Put on a t-shirt, survive and thrive in Westminster.
Sounds great.
Right?
No, good.
Right?
That'll be a great
That's a
t-shirt.
good descriptor. Amber, anything from you?
Yeah, I do like the proposed changes, and then also I was wondering what the rest of council thought of where it says community empowerment. What if it's community inclusion, empowerment, and engagement?
Okay, so adding inclusion to that statement.
Right, so just adding a word to that one.
Thank you for that. Anything else?
So I want to get more specific. Oh, I see hands up. So before we go to more specific, I want to hear from Sarah and then Adam.
And then we'll go specific.
Yeah, we got to get this list nailed down for you guys. So is it 3, is it 4, is it 5, and how are we going to smash it, right? And we don't even have to have the exact right words today, but we need to get close. Okay, so Sarah first, then Adam.
Somewhere in here, I want us to be able to allude to our infrastructure and our investment in our community.
Investment in the community.
Yeah.
I think that's a clearer word than just infrastructure. That could be more broad.
Because that to me
Investment.
encapsulates some of that, like, we want beautiful places, we want, it's like that name that, I don't know, it's also infrastructure and environment.
Mm-hmm. Can you write environment next to that one too?
Yep,
So
I
we
can.
get that thought?
Yep.
Adam.
Just something that I heard a lot in these presentations, communication as well. I don't know, again, I take direction from staff on what's most helpful in terms of direction, but I think there's a huge focus on that communication piece, and I don't know if that's this or if that's kind of woven, but I wanted to throw it out there.
I think communication could be with engagement, right? Communication means we're
Could
pushing information out. Engagement is a two-way street, so it could go there, just as a thought. Claire, you haven't added anything. I want to check.
I have not. Well, I like these. I want to hear people think, and so I think we're doing a good job. I'll say I really like infrastructure and investment in community because I've been trying to figure out how to weave the big topic of transit in there, and I think transit can be captured in infrastructure. And then I'm also trying to figure out how we weave our big projects, right? The fire stations, et cetera, the roads. I think all of that can be there, as well as how to weave attracting those key investments and making sure that our city knows that we are driven to drive business
I
and
think
here.
innovation should be maybe in there.
That's a great word, innovation, yeah. So we're trying to capture a lot of ideas and I'm trying to figure out how to bundle them properly.
That's why we're going to take a break in between. Because you might chew on this and come back.
Right, and then I'll just say the community health and safety, I think we could add an environmental stewardship, perhaps in that one.
Okay, so I'm gonna start a new page.
I will also point us back to your guiding principles, because you said stewardship, which reminded me, some of those words might cross to guiding principles. So we'll look at those again when we do this review of the priorities, because those are underlying, those aren't going to change. And typically, those words can be connected through your strategic priorities, but I know that that one is one that is mentioned there. As well as
And then
actually.
last thought, I'll just mention, I think that, I was gonna say, I think I haven't heard much on the last 2 bullet points there really, so I'm thinking if we can, sounds like we can remove them, right? And then it sounds like we're bundling them perhaps in a new way. to Sarah's last point.
Infrastructure into the invest in the community. The only one we haven't talked about, which was what my last question was gonna be, was organization vitality, and that's an internal focus.
So can I go back to your original point, Claire, which is, I'm not clear. I want to make sure that we are clear what we're doing with this resilient infrastructure. Are we collapsing it into one of these other ones? Are we continuing to retain it as its own priority? Sarah?
See, we could put that into invest in community, because that was what the resilient,
On the other page.
it would include what we're doing. I mean, you want to have resilient infrastructure if you're investing in your community. That's one of the things
Got
you're
it.
doing with it.
Got it.
And regarding the organizational vitality, I feel like that may have been something that we needed 4 years ago or whenever that was added. However, to me, that's more of a guiding principle, core value that should be sustained for 100 years, not just 3 to 5. Like we want a good organization.
Can I ask a question about that? Because strategic priorities usually are the focus, right, of the organization. Are you all going to continue to put time, resources, and effort behind organizational vitality?
I feel like that should be back to the core value, like that's something that is a consideration in the work plan that's created. So if there are things that support that explicitly, or that we're creating a work plan that then supports that, like
You're not separating it out.
it's more of a how we do it versus what are we doing.
And I'll say, I agree with that. I was gonna say, I think that last one can be tied into our values. So I think that, Sarah, you said that really well. But it's interesting to hear that the environmental component, so we're saying we're not going to invest time and resources and money is by putting them as a objective?
No, not necessarily. My question is, so typically when we have a strategic priority, that's the focus for the next 3 to 5 years, right? Like there is something, not always, what's the right word? Go ahead.
Oh, no, just let me call it out. So, no, I can do this. This comes up when an organization feels like it needs to invest a lot in its core, its foundation as an organization, right? Internal, not external, internal. So if there's a lot of stuff that isn't working well, right? We don't have the right systems, we don't have the right policies, we don't have the core leadership structure that we need to run a healthy organization, then it shows up, right? And you might not need this. Some of the clients that we work with do. They need to intentionally invest in their internal infrastructure, right? It is called out as a strategic priority when that needs to happen. And that might not be the case here.
I'll give one other perspective
Yep.
from staff. Also, staff's gonna be looking at your strategic plan. Frontline staff need to find a place in your strategic plan that they also connect to. Organizational vitality is typically that place for internal resources. That includes people who focus only internally, like HR and finance, sometimes.
Yeah.
So making sure staff can also connect to your strategic plan so that they can see their work impacting the community. I'll just leave that from the staff perspective.
Right, and
Obi first and then Sarah.
Go
So
ahead.
when we added that to what everyone has said, and I think you summarized it perfectly, Michelle. When we added that piece, that was because there was a lot of turmoil internally. But now that Jody has come at the helm, honestly, I'm just gonna be direct. I think he has fixed a lot of the past turmoil. I mean, that was why we added it. And I think to that concept of responding to evolving needs, we no longer need that as a strategic priority, but that is definitely a guiding principle now, right? Because I think what Jody has been able to do is fix the issues that we had, but has made it a lot more long-term in terms of how everyone operates, right? So he's kind of instilled that within staff in that concept of all the things we have listed under that one principle. And I think it should become a guiding principle. But we don't really need it. And my other point was the economic vitality. That phrasing is very high level, very abstract. It can mean a lot of things. I know we have a description of what it means within it, but what I would like to see there as a priority is revenue diversification somewhere, maybe within the title itself.
Okay.
And this is something that I know several counselors, including, so Jack has talked about a lot on how can we diversify our revenue. The point we're at as a city and going forward and past our 10 years, what do we want to see down the line is that constant creativity of finding new revenue streams, because we are overly indexed on sales tax. So what can we do to spread that out?
And we will
I think that should be in the title.
We will talk about that next, is those goal statements that follow. So we're gonna write it down, but I want everyone to know that we are actually gonna talk about the actual sentences that come after these 2 to 3 words next. I did write that down though. Sarah?
Yeah, Obi kind of already said what I was thinking for organizational vitality, and hopefully to your point about where does staff see themselves, I think in the how it's done kind of thing, you know, you get, like, when I see innovate and initiate, thinking, oh, good, I can like make a mistake maybe, or, you know, try something new, and that's kind of like in our ethos as an organization and how we're going to execute the city council's, you know, plan, because I am a staff member on another, like, I have that mentality too. And then, it'll be your, revenue diversification thing. Yeah, I'm just wondering, I do like being a little more specific about what the heck we mean by economic vitality, and to the point of trying to figure out, like, responding to the economy of today, which is a little more unstable than we would love to see it.
100%.
Like, how do we, yeah, like, somewhere in there, right? Like, how do we address that maybe a little more specifically? I don't necessarily have a suggestion.
I think we're getting close to lunch, and I think we need to cogitate a little bit, right? And name these as best that we can, right? And I hear you saying, I'm just summarizing, tell me if I'm wrong, we're going to 5. We're going to 5 with this whole idea of organizational vitality, nesting in a core value and a guiding principle, recognizing that you have good leadership as an organization. There's no debate about that. And so we're gonna lean into 5 external priority areas. Do I have that right?
Knowing that those words up on the screen might not be the right words right
Right.
now because of all the comments we already took,
Right,
and we will
wanna
make
shift-
those edits.
We wanna shift them a bit, but Christine, go ahead.
Economic vitality doesn't mean taxes for me all the time. I mean, it's attracting businesses that will provide that sales tax.
Right.
And how do we attract them? How do we keep them from going under? And also attracting people who will stay here and won't move on to another community because they're done renting, or the rent's too high, or whatever, own homes, so they're here and they're, you know, they're building businesses, they're opening businesses. That's economic vitality to me.
Yep.
Maybe that's like economic resilience. Like, okay, maybe it's still too vague, but the resilience piece to me is like keeping jobs in here as well as diversifying our revenue.
But, you know, like Trader Joe's has made us more economic viability because
I'd say
they
that's made me
provide our
happier.
sales tax.
Yeah,
That has made her happier.
I think you summarized it well. Can we just confirm that Michelle summarized that we're moving to 5 and the language might need to be considered and changed? And then we will talk about outcomes and what does economic vitality / resilience mean next. Amber, do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, with that, we are going to take a break for lunch. I want to pause. Is this a working lunch, or are we taking like 10, 15 and then coming back? What do you all think?
I think we should do 10:15.
Let's do 15. Take 15
Make it a
minutes.
working lunch.
we'll
Over
come back.
lunch, we'll figure out how we're gonna name these priorities, and then we'll move from there.
Okay, 12 o'clock, we'll start again.
Oh, no, wait, it's kind of.
Because it's a different kind of light.
No, it's also just, no, it's, I refuse to say anything because like, as a Latino, like, it's a work of art.
There was some,
Like,
I am tired about
yeah, no, it's
Hundreds of years.
It's like the biggest criticism of like. It's the perfect example is that there's like, like, few people who come up to me and ask about it, I'm like, hey, it's great.
I just got this email, that's why I'm trying to-
Thank you.
This is the after lunch slump
my day.
that typically happens, but I'm gonna make us power through it. Okay. What Michelle and I did and what you'll see up here. Based on your comments and edits here, I'm gonna say a couple things. Do all of the counselors have the current version of the strategic plan in front of them? And if you don't, I'll get you a copy. You have this? Cool. Because a couple of the things that you all said that I want to highlight, that I circled, that I want you all to point to. So your guiding principles, some of the words that you used up here in strategic priorities are there as well. And so I actually have a question related to that. Some of them being stewardship, inclusion, sustainability, and resiliency. Those are all in your core values. I know the thought was adding organizational vitality or something similar to the core values. My question is, do you all want to use any of those words repeated that are in your core values and repeat them for strategic priorities? Do you want us to use the word sustainability twice? Do you want us to use the word resiliency twice? Do you want us to use the word inclusive twice? I'm gonna pause there and see if
And
there's,
it's okay.
and it's okay if you do, but we just need that direction. Obi first.
I think there are some words that are both the how and an
The
outcome.
what?
Okay.
Both.
Right,
How
because-
and what?
When I think about the priorities, it's more about outcomes. It
Yes.
shifts
Yes.
in my head that it's more about what are the outcomes we want to see.
Yep.
So the word, for example, the word inclusive is both an outcome and the how.
Okay. Okay.
So I like to see
Totally
it
fine.
in both for some of these things.
Totally fine.
So this is a both. What else? Who else? Yes, Christine.
I like vitality, economic vitality, better resilience.
You like vitality better than resilience?
I'm all about thriving, not just surviving, and resilience sounds like you're just barely making it.
So vitality and thrive. So, hang on.
I didn't write that, but I have that in my notes as part of our outcome conversation is survive and thrive. I'm like, what does this mean?
Right, so back to what Obi is saying about the words mattering both in the how and the what.
Yeah.
I think Christine is saying the same thing.
Yep.
It's vitality and what was the other word you used?
Not resilient. Not resilient.
But
Not just resilience.
vitality and thrive, right? Vitality and thrive are things that resonate with you.
Right.
Okay. What else? I'm making live edits.
Other council members. Amber, weigh in. We're not forgetting you.
I agree with Obi.
Okay. So how and what? So maybe it's okay that they come up multiple times. Looking up here, what I want to show you is the note. So access to opportunity is the original. There is this idea of affordability as a word, adding, or thrive better than survive was that comment. I have the dash because that's the outcome-based piece that we want to check in on, and that'll come a little bit later. But is the change from access to opportunity, do you want to add affordability in that title of the area, access to affordability, or something similar? Or do you want to keep access to opportunity and add affordability to the goal statement, which we're talking about next? And I want to hear from multiple people. Sarah first.
I think affordability is part of this, the next piece. It's one of the outcomes that we want to have,
It's an outcome.
versus just saying, or, having it in the initial line item.
The higher level, right? That's what we're trying to get at. What is the higher level area?
It's like, we want to name the focus area, right? And then we're going to develop a goal statement to go with it, which can have other words that describe it, right? So we want you guys to kind of get real close, right? With telling Maddie and me the titles, like what these 5 priority areas, how do you want to name them?
Adam, and then Jack,
Yeah.
and then Obi.
This is less feedback and more a question on process and potentially for staff too. what changes? So let's just say we as a council say, in scenario one, we want to say access to opportunity. And then that's it, 2 years later down the line, we have kind of our plan, our budget, all that stuff. How is that going to be different to a parallel universe where we all say we want access to affordability?
Awesome, that's a great question.
Great question.
So in our process, what we're doing right now is we're naming the title. What will come next and what you see in front of you in this one, there's a statement next to it, a sentence, right? And those are the words that we're gonna talk about, that's the outcome. 2 to 5 years, what do you want? The reason we're asking, usually, the objectives fall under whatever the main title is. So if we're to change it to access to affordability, all of the priorities underneath, or all of the objectives, excuse me, words matter, objectives underneath there would be related to affordability. If we keep it access to opportunity, all the objectives underneath there will be related to opportunity. Does that help?
To a certain extent, and,
The question is actually to Jody,
Yeah.
right?
yeah,
What does Jody need and his team, Adam, to your point, the direction, right? Right, the direction. So if we change it from access to opportunity to affordability, right? The title, the name of it, what is that direction to Jody and how do they translate that? That's a perfect question.
So at the highest level, the entire organization realigns to the city's new vision, mission, and strategic plan.
Yep.
And so we will then engage. In fact, I've got a session already scheduled with our entire division manager and department director team after today to go through the strategic plan. What does that mean to the organization? What does that mean to all of our leadership? And how do we align? And what does it mean to align? So I wouldn't be able to say today, because we're working it through together real time. But once it's landed, then all of our directors are here today listening, so that there's an understanding of what council wants to achieve with that, with that word.
So Adam, back to your point and to what Maddie said, which is absolutely correct. It's like, okay, let's kind of get some consensus on the title of it, right? Like, we might still tweak that, right, coming out of this. But the next conversation is, once we kind of agree generally on what the title of the priority is, then we're gonna talk about what does success look like, right? That's the direction Jody and his team will be looking for. So you're gonna give us the raw material to draft a goal statement to go along with that title. So then there's more clarity about what the outcome looks like, and then Jody and his team can go like, oh yeah, boom, that's your outcome. We know where you want to be in 5 years. Here are the handful of 4 to 8. That 8 is probably too many, but like, let's say 4 to 6 objectives, right? That are gonna move you exactly where you want to go based on what's on the paper on the wall over there.
Does that clarify?
it does, for sure. And I would just.
Thoughts then about the word?
Yeah, I just, I would say that yes, so it's important to name affordability in some, maybe
the
this is
goal
where we're landing on it. Yeah, in the goal statement, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm open to the location, but I think it's kind of been clearly communicated to us by the residents that this is paramount, for sure.
Got it.
Jack was next and then Claire.
One of the things related to health and safety is a healthy, safe, and welcoming community, because I think there are certain objectives that I have that I know I've heard from Councilor Hott related to the inclusivity, cultural diversity of the city, and I think that's part of how we present in a welcoming community.
I do want to point out that that's kind of under priority number 2, is that welcoming idea too. But I'm writing it down here and I'll put it on the board.
Yep, we can tease it out, but we're taking all input at this point.
Claire.
Well, you kind of already heard me, which is why I've been pretty quiet on these, because I introduced my goals over here with the fact that I really like these top 4 that we have. I think they're really good as they stand. I'll push back a little to the opportunity one, just because that's the one we were focusing on the moment. I was leaning towards including affordability because it is paramount, as was just said, and it is the majority of that statement, perhaps 80%. But I'd like us to maybe rethink it. I think personally I've landed on the fact that it is that priority number 1 that under that bucket, because opportunity is many things. It is definitely affordability, and it's perhaps connecting an unhoused person to services in a library to help them apply for a job, which doesn't necessarily relate to affordability. And it's helping folks get access to our business development, business plans on how we succeed in Westminster through our, to help open and create a business. And it's also education, and we really want to embrace our schools right now. We're trying to ensure that we lean in and get them connected to how they can advise counsel and give them more opportunities in a two-way path there.
Yep.
So personally, I really like access to opportunity because to me, that includes our unhoused, it includes our immigrant community, it includes so many things that can't be named, and that's why the higher level is so nice.
Okay, so
So-
can I offer a suggestion? So like, I'm gonna go to the words. What about opportunity to thrive? Like trying to fold in several thoughts into that priority.
I'm happy with that.
Any other thoughts?
Opportunity to thrive.
I know it.
Okay, and leaving that, there we go. Okay. Any other thoughts, Amber, online?
Yeah, I do like the opportunity to thrive. I guess I just want to make sure, Councilor Azadi is fine taking out affordability
Well,
in place of that.
we're not taking out affordability, we're just not naming it as the strategic priority. Affordability will come in the goal statement, which we talk about next.
It's absolutely gonna be in the goal statement.
Yes.
So we're gonna write a
Okay,
goal.
okay.
Yep, so Amber, I know it's harder when you're not here present, and we're gonna translate this to make sure that you get it. Opportunity to thrive, as Maddie said, is the title of the priority and the bucket.
Okay,
We are
okay.
going to write a goal statement for each one of these priorities that includes everything that you think is important, including somewhere in that goal statement around opportunity to thrive is gonna be the word affordability. It's gonna be in there.
Okay.
What I
Okay.
just highlighted, Amber, because I was confirming that you could see this,
Okay.
is that goal statement. Can you see this? That's what we're coming to next, and that's where those other words will be added.
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
I'm happy with it, yeah.
Okay. I know we talked about the first one. What about, are we ready to move on to the next one?
Just wanted to add that,
Sure.
I completely agree that affordability should not be in the title. It should be in the sentence, the goal statement.
Okay. Moving on to the next one then. What I heard from the conversation was connected community. It was called community empowerment and engagement. How do we feel about connected community and adding empowerment and engagement / welcoming to the goal statement?
I see some thumbs up.
Any thoughts? Any
Amber?
disagreements?
Oh, go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously like it because I mentioned it.
Own it.
And like, so as long as it also includes, because I was thinking, because we have opportunity to thrive, and maybe that one, because right now I was looking at access to opportunity, we have like transportation and mobility under that. But I'm just wondering, like, connectedness could also include that too. It doesn't just have to be about engagement. So I know, whatever, you guys will figure that out. But
And I think that's important though to call out, because the intention with the goal statement is to describe that. Do we mean connected as in people, or do we mean connected as in transportation and systems? And so I think that's an important distinction to make.
I feel like somehow the statement, because the human connection, I mean, that's like literally in studies what keeps us alive, even as we're older. So I think it's just an innate requirement that we should be trying to foster. But if there's something in that, in the statement where it is about just connectedness to one another and to our, the broader community.
It's actually currently in the statement. Connection is in the goal statement for empowerment and engagement.
Well, and Sarah, you're kind of pointing out something that isn't neat and clean about these strategic plans, is because they're big buckets of priority areas, and sometimes they're interconnected and they're in some like objectives, they could be indistinguishable from one another, but you gotta put stuff somewhere, right? So we can talk about next what you guys mean by connected community and dial that in a little bit closer for Jody and his team.
Be okay with that one right now? Okay. The next one is community health and safety. Thoughts here? Another way people do say this, and you all just mentioned safety, you didn't mention health, but we kept it because it wasn't told to be removed. We're gonna say community a lot, it looks like, so I'm just gonna say that as well.
Like, how many times are we gonna use community in the naming, right, the naming of the priority and?
Obi.
Just a suggestion, so the second one, the connected community, could be connected and inclusive community, because inclusivity is linked to connection, and then you take it out of that third one and keep that more so for safety and health. Right now, to include welcoming and inclusivity within safety and health is very confusing, but we can move it up to that second one.
It maybe further defines that particular bucket and priority area.
You could put strength and health and safety.
Strengthen?
You could also just say healthy and safe.
Healthy and safe. Whoa, that's a new thought, right?
Outcomes.
Healthy and safe, that's an outcome. That's what these are supposed to be about.
Yeah, I think, I would say we are pretty healthy and safe, so I'm not sure strength.
Right now, we are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, right now we are, and so I think that maybe there's an implication if you say strengthen that we're not, and I like just saying, continuing to be healthy and safe.
That's a full thought, so we're trying to go verb.
Yeah, so just
now.
healthy and safe, like, just.
Oh, an L. There you go. Whoops. Healthy.
We're moving to.
It's such pressure
bring a little more iron.
Yeah.
No, it's such pressure to have to write on screen in front of.
That's why it has the little
20
squiggly,
people.
it tells me.
No judgment.
Okay, healthy and safe. Good? Consensus?
And again, this is coming back, so we need good enough for today to develop the outcomes, right? Related to these. That's as close as we have to get.
Adam?
Yeah, I would also just maybe appreciate feedback for us as well. You know, like, yes, this is good enough for us. Is this good enough for you all to go
Yes,
back?
right now.
You know,
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah, we have enough other things if it comes up. Economic vitality. We still good with vitality versus resilient? Was here at the beginning?
Can I copy Gresham? They have thriving economy,
Thriving economy.
vibrant economy. Sorry, I'm just like taking from these. Yeah.
Vibrant economy.
Throwing stuff out.
We have so few words to choose from. I just encourage us to not repeat
Oh gosh, that's
them.
right. Yeah, that's
We
right.
have Thrive up there.
Never mind, kid.
Vibrant
I do like
economy.
Thrive though. guys.
Vibrant economy.
I like vibrant
Vibrant's
and
good.
diverse, because diverse talks about some of the hits on resiliency, like a diverse economy is resilient.
Diverse economy. So vibrant and diverse economy. That's good. I'm seeing a lot of head nods in the room.
Yeah.
Amber? Thoughts?
Yes, I love it.
Okay, cool. Investment in the community. Now, this was one that we talked about that was a little bit different than resilient infrastructure. So those two were connected, although we have connected and inclusive above. So I'm gonna say investment in the community.
This is the fuzziest one from my point of view in terms of what you mean, right? This is the one that's the least, like, we know infrastructure is in there, but what does this mean?
And currently it is resilient infrastructure.
Right.
Obi first.
I love the Colorado Springs. They just said one word, infrastructure.
They did.
That's really what we need.
We let them. We did.
The
So that-
investment makes sense, but it's not clear if you're a resident. Like, what do you mean? What kind of investment?
I will
Just
say,
be specific, and I think infrastructure.
okay. Infrastructure is obviously called out in your strategic priority. The other words that you used were resilient, connectivity, which I know actually comes up and now at the top, enjoyment of life and local economic success.
I would like to add modern infrastructure,
Modern.
Modern.
because, yeah, that's what we're doing to a lot of our infrastructure is modernizing it. We're
I
not,
don't
we're
think
not,
I wanna add that, because then we'll have more capital improvements that we can't afford right now. Just saying, I'm into modernizing our transportation system, because I think.
that's what I mean, like.
I
modern
think we are
roads.
behind the times and spending money on stuff that'll be obsolete in 3 to 5 years.
And
Or what
that's,
was that, Christine? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Jack.
Transportation is
Transportation.
infrastructure that should be modernized, but I'm not sure about everything else.
Okay, Jack, continue your thought.
well, and that's, I think my point is just if, it's not that everything we have to do, we have to modernize, but when we do something to our infrastructure, we should make sure it's modern.
Adam.
I mean, and you know, this is kind of already happening, kind of to my point of like stuff that's already happening to not lose. One, and I'm, it's just because I'm in C-Fire, just to, you know, but like the fire trucks that we're getting that are, you know, have really like state of the art exhaust ventilation and things like that, to Google Fiber coming in and doing these things. You know, there's infrastructure is everything. And so I think, while I think there is in kind of an unnamed emphasis from staff, understanding that modernization piece, or like to make sure that it's safe, state of the art and advanced. I think as a council and from residents as well, it's important to kind of name that we are attending to the latest curve, like Councilor Ireland meant, you know, or is saying, we're trying to attend to that fact that there is stuff coming down, and we want to ensure that our residents aren't getting old tech,
And
old
so
standards,
we
old
can-
safety.
We can fold it into the goal statement. We can also include it in the title. Obi, you had your hand up, so go ahead.
I just wanted to concur what he just said.
Okay.
And also, I love the modern infrastructure at the title level, because that, when I think of the word modern, is not just advancing to state of the art, but it's also maintaining what we have. You know, we have water pipes that are bursting all over the city that need to be modernized because they were built 30 years ago. There's a lot of infrastructure needs that we have. Parks, you know, we have a lot of parks that need to be maintained. And that was just for you, Eric. That was just for you. So like, we need to maintain these things, and that's what I think of modernizing. Is not just state of the art, but also what are we doing to upkeep?
Okay, go ahead, Sarah, and then Christine. Yep, both of you.
The word modern, I feel like in some ways can leave some people feeling left behind. Psychologically as they read this, like, oh, I guess I'm not very modern, you know, just, so, I don't know if there's another word to indicate like, yeah, you know, updating or keeping things.
Updated infrastructure, I don't know.
That sounds kind of.
I have an idea, and it's maybe an overused word. Some clients have used it because it's kind of not, it's not charged in any way. It doesn't say backwards or forwards, robust, right? It's just, and I know it's an overused word, and maybe we can come up with a different term, but it suggests it's sound. And I think that's the thing that you want to convey, sound infrastructure.
Which is both maintenance and
Yep.
modernization and some advancement, but knowing that not everything can be done at once.
I think sound infrastructure is good.
Sound.
Something, I guess get the thesaurus out and.
Because what's
Yeah, I will.
for what cost can we do all that, modernize
Yeah.
everything, you know?
Yeah, there's gotta be a word, but I also, one thing in this,
Yeah.
in this, I also want us to be thinking about how through the implementation or the maintenance of infrastructure, are we also elevating our community, our neighborhoods? So if we're gonna go repave a street, are we adding bike lanes, are we adding a separated sidewalk? Are we really thinking about holistically, not just slapping some pavement down, but when we're
Thinking
in
out.
there, what are we doing to just get to do our best with this, you know, with the change that we're creating or with this improvement? Might it be like $100,000 more or something, some small, small but not unrealistic number, that just enhances the community.
Right.
So that, I do want to get that,
Right, somewhere folded into the thought. It's like, not only do we care about doing it for now and doing it in as efficient and affordable way as we can do, but it's also, we're sustaining it for the future. Like, we're not biting off more than we can chew, but we're also thinking about what it's gonna be 20 years from now, right? It's like trying to enfold that whole thought into the goal statement for
What's wrong
infrastructure.
with sustainable infrastructure?
Sustainable infrastructure, another great term.
maybe just in the description, just this idea of,
Core infrastructure is the most important, but.
I would like to have slightly fancy core.
Okay, we got it, slightly fancy core.
Enhance
Um,
sustainable core infrastructure.
I heard sustainable. You did
That's
say.
another t-shirt, that's another t-shirt. Slightly core.
It's a t-shirt,
Slightly fancy core t-shirt.
Survive and thrive.
If you put it on a t-shirt too, core has two different words.
That's great.
I know, the other word that you said that I'm gonna put up there was elevate. I don't know if that's also what you meant, so I'm gonna leave that for a moment. We have about 5 more minutes, we're gonna talk about this, and then we need to move on to outcomes.
Yeah.
Adam?
Yeah, I'm.
I would just like to say that, I liked what Jack and Adam had to say, with the word modern. I do like the word modern, and I think we should always strive to have a modernized city. I don't see a charge in that word. I actually thought that was a great idea from both of them.
And guess what? We don't have to land on that today, right? This is close enough, right, to advance the conversation to goal statements.
I will say, Adam, was interrupted.
Thanks, Maddie. No, yeah, I mean, I think to Sarah's point, I think we're saying the similar things, right? Like comprehensive, strategic, is, and to Councilor Ireland's point, yes, not just, let's just throw, circuit boards on stop signs for no reason, obviously not, but I do think that there's this desire to see that we're not
You're not falling behind.
yeah,
Innovative infrastructure.
I mean, I guess I'm like, to Michelle's point, I'm not trying to necessarily land on the word. I'm open to a lot of it. I feel like staff is kind of hearing what we're saying in this as well.
Yeah.
But,
Great conversation.
so I'm appreciative of the conversation. So thank you to the facilitators for allowing this to kind of be stretched.
Absolutely.
But I just wanted to echo, to what Amber was saying and to what all of us are saying. I think we're all aligned, really, like you're saying, Michelle.
I think we've got a lot of that brainstorming from this conversation. I'm gonna leave all these up here for now, and we're gonna come back and give you options, and then you can react to them.
This is coming
later.
back to you
Yep.
after
Can
today.
you put innovative infrastructure up there too?
Innovative is right here.
Right.
Don't have to decide today, but we have enough description from you
Yeah.
to go to the next step.
And I am gonna confirm we're removing organizational vitality from this, and we're putting it as a core,
It's
Guiding
It's gonna be
principle.
a guiding principle.
and we will come back with a statement to support that with staff support. Is that okay?
Before we move, I'm gonna look right at Jody and say, based on what the council has brainstormed for the 5 priority areas, do you feel like you have some clarity? I'm like, we're gonna go to goal statement next, right? But do you feel like you have enough clarity about the titles of those to know what they mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, and listening to, the counselors describe what's behind the titles is also very, very helpful. So, yep, we can land those for sure.
And we actually love it that not only are you as counselors all together, and Amber, you're here too, even though you're virtual, we've got the staff around the table and they're listening to every single thing that you're saying. So there's an opportunity here for them to be able to start to translate this, but I'm just checking in, right? To make sure that the understanding is clear, because it's one thing to be here in this moment right now, it's another thing to leave the room, right? And be able to go execute. So that's why I'm checking in.
The fifth one needs a bit of work.
Yeah.
Our 10-minute conversation, guys.
It's coming back, right? It's coming back to you. Maddie and I are gonna play with it offline, and then it's coming back. But yeah, we'll get it.
And I think in the next step, we might get more clarity.
Yep.
As well.
We might.
Okay, we're going to move on to the goal statements.
She's the taskmaster. I love it.
I'm gonna move down so you can see, this is what we did this discussion piece. So the goal statements here, I'm gonna go back into present mode in a moment. These are the statements we're looking at now. I've been taking paper notes, which typically I don't write on a piece of paper. I want you to all know. Typically they're up on a big one, but there was so much conversation, I wrote them here. What we're gonna do now is as we talk about them, Michelle's gonna start the conversation and I'm gonna chart note all the words that I heard you say when we were talking about the names themselves, so we can include those. So you start facilitating this
will.
and I will
But I want you
translate.
to do something, so go back to the priorities that we identified.
Sure.
Right?
These
Okay.
ones?
These are it. I want you to take a couple of minutes individually and think about, what does success look like? Okay, go 5 years out, right? We're trying to make your strategic plan bigger picture. So go 5 years out and say, oh, okay, if we have created opportunity to thrive in our community, what does that look like? So like, come up with a short list of 2 or 3 bullet points for each one, right? Opportunity to thrive, connected and inclusive community. Because what you're gonna give us is the outcome statements that will allow Maddie and I to write a goal statement for each one of these. And then all of your individual ideas can nest under those, right? Some of the specifics that you put up on your chart paper is gonna nest under these things, right? So, outcomes, 5 years from now, what does thrive look like? 5 years from now, what does connected and inclusive look like? 5 years from now, what is healthy and safe?
Another way to put this is on page 3, we have the 2 questions. How will life be better in the city as a result?
Perfect, right?
And how would you define the current and future state of these focus areas? So
Right.
those are in the second
prompts.
section
Yep.
under the individual reflection.
Think of yourself, like put yourself in the shoes of your constituents. If you were speaking to your residents and you were gonna describe an ideal future based on how they would be living, that's how you answer this question. I am a resident of Westminster. How does a vibrant and diverse economy benefit me? What is the end result for me? That's how we want you to think of this. And so we'll give you about 5 minutes to ponder that individually, write down your thoughts, and then we're gonna take them all up here. talking about them, we'll go one by one.
When we mean one by one, we go area by area.
Yeah.
Eric, do we have 2 more minutes?
Yes, no, 2 more minutes, absolutely. Happy to give you more time. We're actually ahead of schedule. Big time.
Let's keep it up.
You can't say that, because then they're gonna.
No, I know. Did I say it too soon? You guys don't say that.
30-minute speeches are coming up.
Yeah.
No, well, maybe, but we're gonna cut you down from 30 minutes, okay? That's what facilitators
Did I
are
say that out
for.
loud? Maybe I meant to say that in my head.
That's why you have facilitators.
This
You
might
keep
come up.
us straight.
Yep, right on. Right on.
See, I wanna know how we can get a circle. This circle,
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah,
100%.
that's what the mayor said too.
Our,
this is a
our,
circle, that's a
She
real
demands
circle.
a circle.
our designers did that.
I love that you, because I don't have a strong voice, I don't like
What?
it. I'm so glad I have you to be
Yeah,
like.
the wheel.
She
Yeah,
demands.
priority
She
wheel.
demands a circle.
We can absolutely produce that for you.
Yeah, we call it the wheel of priorities because they're all then the same and no one is better than the other.
This is my food.
Do you want me to tear something off?
No, I'm saving them.
I know it's
Because I
always
opened it.
challenging when it's, I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanna make it multi-year. I mean, this is like very long term range, much longer than that. Nice. Yeah. Then the visual behind the priorities,
So we're
people
not-
connect with.
No, it's definitely noticeable.
Well, maybe that's.
Yeah, as she just said, it makes it so that we can have good things more easy. Right. There's no hierarchy.
Little down. Okay.
But really, I think.
Two more minutes? I think we said that 2 more minutes ago, but I'm checking in.
I could write a novel, so you gotta stop me at some point. Maybe I just stop. It's all in
You
here.
just can't keep it in. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's true.
Reminded me, I haven't had some of that today.
I did it all.
Yes.
See some Tai Chi. Do you know how to do Tai Chi? I do. This is a watermelon.
Can't even do that
Cut
with
it
my
in
phone.
half.
You guys need a 5-minute stretch break?
That's how they touch it. Technically. That's what we need for
Okay.
the next team building.
Are we ready?
Thank you, taxpayers.
Take that as a yes.
I think our chairs.
I'm actually gonna leave these up. They've changed so much. In the next 3 to 5 years, what do outcomes look like in our opportunity to thrive? Obi.
I have 3, but they're non-exhaustive, so just to add in, I'm assuming everyone else would throw in their own as well.
Yes, everyone is going to give a comment.
So, first one is to reduce essential household cost burdens. Outcomes. And I think to someone's point, I think it was Sarah that said we should look at measures. when we get to the implementation plan, but that's one area. Number two, strengthen pathways to ownership.
Okay,
So homeownership, yeah.
okay,
So when I think about opportunity, I think about giving people the chance to begin their wealth journey, right? And that homeownership is very important in that opportunity aspect.
can you repeat the first one?
Reduce essential household cost burden.
Cost burden,
I knew I was
thank
missing a
you.
word.
Because there was something missing there, and I wanted to make sure we got it.
So water, childcare, groceries, housing, rent. And then the second one is more about ownership.
Mhm.
And my third one is linked, so you can actually just add to the second one. It's strengthen pathways to ownership and preserve owner occupancy, so it's the same.
Preserve owner occupancy, so they can be connected, but yeah.
It's the same bullet, because that one speaks more to making sure that residents can own homes, not corporations. And also making sure that we give residents the opportunity, whether it's the down payment assistance program, and things like that. So
Got it,
strengthening that pathway to ownership.
right? So I just want to make a point here. OB is demonstrating the outcome, right? So we're focused on what is the end result that we want to achieve, and he just did that. Okay, so that's where, exactly what we're going for right here.
And I didn't say this, but now I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
Starting with the verb is very helpful.
Yes.
Reduce blank, strengthen blank. So whatever the verb is, say that first. So increase this,
Reduce.
continue, whatever that is.
Yeah, and it might be continue, right? So on point, both of you.
For the outcome base. I
Right?
should have said that a little earlier.
No, that's okay.
Does that help? Who wants to go next for opportunity to thrive? Jack?
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add is on the very extreme low income side, invest or continue to invest in homeless services, both prevention, connection, resource navigation, all of that, but invest in really kind of anti-poverty, anti-homeless initiatives and practices.
So continue to invest in anti-homelessness and poverty reduction, something like that, just like as an all-encompassing thing.
Okay. What else?
At that point, I would say results-based. I want, if we're gonna spend money on it, it needs to be results-based, like not
Evidence-based.
status quo.
Yeah, I hear you, Christine. What you're saying is you want whatever the city does around that to be evidence-based, like it really works,
Right.
right? Yep, make sure we
Is that-
capture that.
Proven with results?
Yeah.
Is that how you would say that? Okay.
And there's a lot of data and research out there about all of this now.
Right, exactly.
What else? Claire, then Sarah, then Adam, and I know Amber.
Mine was just a quick suggestion on these, because we all have so many. Could we just go down the line
Yeah,
to make
I
sure, so
think
we don't have to
so.
popcorn it? I think it's stressful. Sure. So I'm gonna redact my seat now to kind of maybe let others finish their thought.
Yeah, like only, just add, right? If it's the same, if you have the same thing, you don't have to repeat it.
Understood.
Yeah.
She also wants to go in the same order.
Whole list.
We
Got
can do
it.
the same order. Okay.
Understood.
Who wants to go next then? Is it
So
Adam?
then I can go and Sarah. So verb, access to resources for development or support. I don't know what the right word is there. So things that they are developing, like there's a landlord university kind of thing, or that's been talked about from the community and, in some of the rental ad hoc meetings, opportunities for that or support. I guess like Councilor Johnson mentioned.
Do you know what he means? Okay, I'm
Yep.
not gonna ask for clarification.
And then developing an ecosystem for educational partnerships or education in the city. We're not in charge of any educational bodies, but I think this is a moment to
Place
attend
where
to
you
that.
can play.
Yeah, partnership is a great word for that. Okay, anything else? Jack? Claire?
I would say, I don't have a verb for this, but, I'm gonna say having a noise ordinance in place. This is something I've heard a lot
Develop.
about. Develop, there we go. Develop noise ordinance of some sort to improve, quality of life for folks. Improve mobility options throughout the city.
And mobility, you mean transportation, walkability?
All of the above.
Yep.
And of course, with access, ADA accessibility in there. Create opportunities for free or close to free food, which can be drives, it can be community gardens. It's creative ways to look at the remaining land in the city.
People are fed.
And then reduce turnover in our businesses and retail. And I don't have a verb for this either, but see that new businesses have been opened.
Increased.
Increased businesses opened. Increased number of first-time home buyers. And increased number of longtime owners that have been able to downsize.
One moment.
Give her a sec. Still got room on the page, Maddie? Okay.
I got from new home buyers. What was the one after that?
And increased number of longtime owners able to downsize their home, buy a smaller home.
Okay.
I've heard a lot of folks in our city are stuck in their home, and I think this is a common topic. I don't know how you want to phrase it.
Yeah, so that goes to, what's the word I'm looking for? Someone help me. Options? Housing options?
Housing mobility options?
Increase housing mobility options, and this is all over the country, right?
Yeah.
We're getting older, people are living longer. How do we allow people to have what they need to stay in their community?
I'm gonna say variety too.
And then reduced fear from either lack or perceived lack of public safety. And I mean that in regards to our unhoused and in regards to, we can put it under health and safe, but.
Can you circle that and come back to it and put it there? That would be great.
A lot can fit under opportunity to thrive, so.
It can.
I think we're good for now because a lot of the housing and cost and affordability, I'd also reduced utilities somehow, but I don't know that we can necessarily promise that,
I was
so
gonna say, okay.
perhaps.
Would you put that, Claire, sorry to interrupt, but what Opie said about cost burden,
Yes.
could that nest
Yeah, cost
there?
burden. Yeah.
Rather than getting really specific, because what we're going for here are outcomes and not objectives.
I'm gonna write
Right.
utilities to remind us though.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Alleviate the burden, yeah. That's pretty good for now, thank you.
Sarah?
I know this has been said 55 different ways, but the less instability for lowest income households. If that's up there,
It is. I just wanna, it's kind of here, continue to invest in anti-poverty, anti-homelessness
yeah, I
policy.
guess I would just say less instability, because that might be something, I don't know, that we can maybe.
Reduce instability.
Reduce.
Yeah.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and we'll work on it with the staff, but it's upstream. It's like prevention, right? It's that the whole thing to not have people in crisis situations. Is that right,
Yeah,
Sarah?
yes.
I'm gonna put that.
The others, except for maybe access to amenities and access to amenities and resources, like I'm talking about grocery stores within walking distance, or
Right, so there aren't food deserts.
food, care deserts, whatever, people have a place they can.
Yep.
And amenities are also cool things like restaurants and stuff, parks.
That also might, and this is totally okay, because we will help determine, and I know I asked Claire to circle that one, but that one also could fall under economy, so that one might end up in economy.
I'm just taking this and then we're gonna add a page. So Christine and Amber still have to go?
So a lot has been said, but attract businesses that produce good jobs and also help the businesses that are either lowering regulations or taxes on the business we already have to keep them successful and growing.
Support businesses that are.
People have good jobs and they thrive. And excellent schools, we need to find out why people are leaving our schools. It's not just the birth rate.
Okay. So supportive businesses was one, two, Michelle?
Yep.
And then education. What was the piece about,
Yeah,
is it
it's
exiting,
schools.
people are exiting schools?
Yep,
So,
there's a lot of.
great graduate, like, help us with that, Christine, know where you're going with it, but give us the words for the outcome.
We gotta find out why they're leaving and address it. We're not talking to parents, we've had 10,000 kids leave schools in the state.
Young people stay.
Or they're leaving the state altogether.
Yeah.
Education rate.
And emphasize different kinds of power, because we need more electricity. And also, I've been emphasizing cell towers. There's still places in our city that don't have great cell service. Google Fiber people have been thanking me for that. I mean, businesses thrive when they have the tools to do business. Innovative tools to do business.
Innovative tools to do business. That's a good overarching outcome statement. Yeah. Amber, your outcomes for opportunity to thrive. Amber, are you there?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was still muted.
No, you're okay.
I was just talking away, but yeah, most of what I have written down has already been said, and I was really focused on basically what Jack said. And we definitely, I want to rethink our cold weather shelter because what we have right now isn't really working. And then also, I would like to create a homeless navigation center.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, I think we're gonna move. As Claire suggested, we're gonna go in a row. We're gonna start with Obi, we're gonna go around, we'll close with Amber. So the next four, we're gonna do in the same fashion, same idea, right? You're nailing the assignment right now, right? You're getting it perfect. All right, we're moving to connected and inclusive community. What does this look like? What are the outcomes that you want to achieve in this priority area?
So just really quickly, I don't know if I heard it, I heard housing mobility for that last one,
Yep,
but I want to make sure economic mobility, which is more inclusive, is in there.
Yeah.
So increase economic mobility for working
increase
families.
economic mobility
For working families.
for working families, got it.
For connected and inclusive community, the first one I have is increase meaningful civic participation across neighborhoods. I think there are a lot of key words in there. Meaningful is important.
Say it again. Increase meaningful
Civic participation
civic participation.
across neighborhoods.
Okay,
There are a lot of key words in there because I
Yeah.
think the word meaningful
yep,
needs to be elevated, meaning it's not just us talking to residents. It's a more interactive, engaging, two-way communication, so something meaningful for them. And across neighborhoods, we need to spread the wealth, if you will, of making sure we communicate heavily across the city and not just in particular areas.
got it.
The second one is improve transparency and predictability in city processes. What I mean here is, you'll hear us talk a lot about reducing development fees or streamlining those sorts of things. for the connection, in this connection bucket, this is more about making sure the public understands what we do.
Yep.
To build that trust with people, they need to be able to see what we do in a very transparent way. We've done a lot of work on this the last several years, but there's a lot more work to be done in making sure people know how processes work, and the predictability of it. So making sure that they not only know how to reach out to us for services that they need, but they can feel a certain level of quality will be provided if it's a more predictable process for them. So that's the second one. The third one, strengthen neighborhood stability and belonging. I think you've heard from several people here already what we mean by that, the events, more cultural outreach and stuff like that. And finally,
Outreach, can you put that next to it?
Yep.
finally, ensure equitable access to city services and opportunities.
Equitable access to city services and opportunity.
An opportunity. So for example, Amber will talk a lot about translation services, right? That increases access for someone who's Spanish speaking to understand what we do rather than them having to translate our English to, stuff like that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Going in a row. Adam, you're
Yeah,
next.
sorry, take a bite. The verb is really killing me here.
Try your best and
Yeah, I
otherwise we will
will, I
help
will.
you.
You can fix it.
Usually increase or decrease.
Yeah.
Just use those
Yeah,
two.
really. Focusing on the localization of events. Yeah.
Yep.
Increase the localization of events.
Localizing.
Great job.
Localizing
Great
events.
job.
Yeah. Structure city, so the next one, structure city programming, with a focus on resident to resident connections.
Pause 1 second.
Yep.
Yeah, just for staff, just like, it's not just city talking to residents, and not just residents talking to city, but a chance for that kind of table-to-table conversation. And,
Hang on,
Oh,
just give
yep,
me
I
a
can
second. We're
pause
gonna
for a
rip
second.
this off. Oh, you got it, Maddie?
I'm on the next one.
Awesome.
Keep going, Adam.
great teamwork.
Thank you.
And then, improve connectivity of neighborhoods, via safe and accessible trails and open space. And that's the end of my, I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. We got your outcomes. Jack, you're next, and Maddie, are you caught up?
I am.
All right.
All right. Increase transit options. and
Increased
mobility,
transit options,
both micro and regional.
city focused and regional.
Yes.
Got it.
Increased focus on connected neighborhoods and development. So it's more specific to the way we look at what we built.
Okay.
Hang on, just 1 sec.
No, I'm good.
You're good?
Go.
Okay.
My last one is, that's not repetitive, is increase available community spaces for connection. So not just parks, but
Yep.
actual meaningful community spaces.
Okay, before you go, Claire, I'm just gonna make sure Maddie's caught up.
I am.
Okay, Claire, you're on.
All right. I love crossing things out as we go. No verb for this, but just train stop in downtown Westminster.
A train stop in downtown Westminster.
0 to 1.
Increase.
Okay.
No, we haven't.
I put in, but build is better.
Improved trail connectivity throughout the city, and not just trail to trail, but seeing them connect to our shops and our city centers and
So
destinations.
over a big picture connectivity.
That's right.
Right.
One moment. You said improve trails.
Connectivity.
Improved trail connectivity, but she doesn't just mean trail to trail.
Right.
She means all of it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, yep,
And higher engagement at our town halls. And in that, making sure that we are going to residents for our town halls so that we have them throughout the city. And engaging different stakeholders within those town halls so that we are reaching out to our schools.
You're getting to everyone.
Our HOAs, our businesses, yeah. And that also would include, well, I'll just move on to improved engagement with the community. And a lot can go into that, which would be a more educated community about our budget, our finances, what our city provides as far as being an all-encompassing, full-service city.
Like more civically knowledgeable and
Yes.
astute.
100%, yes. So working on that engagement component.
Mhm.
And then improving the access of that information, which would also include possibly an open state of the city itself. And so re-examining what that looks like for our constituents, possibly outdoors, everyone welcome, free, for example, right now it's, we have a wonderful one hosted by the chamber, but it's inside, closed walls, limited number of participants, and it goes to our business community. Perhaps we could reimagine something hosted by the city, everyone is welcome, children are welcome, food truck rally, residents get to interact with our police and our fire and our faculty. So reimagining what our information and education looks like for the city and helping them get access to us. And then investing a more equitable amount of time and money in various parts of the city.
Tell me more about that.
Yeah,
We're
that
doing
we
a pretty
need a
good
little bit more
time.
specifics.
We're doing a pretty good job of that right now, but it goes back to everything I tied in just now about making sure that we go to South Westminster, for example, for some of our town halls. We reach out to those businesses there. We do the same thing for North Westminster. We go to you and make
Equitable
sure.
outreach, like.
That's right, equitable outreach, and then also dollars wise, making sure that we are investing the money.
Equitable investment,
That's right.
got it.
So that we have been doing a great job of this, improved job at least, shall I say, especially.
Continue it,
That's right, continuing those dollars.
got it. Okay.
That's mine.
Dollars.
Yep.
Just checking in. I know it's hard when you're a scribe. Next. Okay, Sarah, you're on.
Most of mine were checked off. I'll just say, kind of adding to Adam and Jack regarding increasing, for me, it's like increasing social capital overall. I think that's what we were trying to articulate in a lot of this. So that's like maybe the big picture goal. And then I too had just creating more opportunities for understanding and learning from one another.
I need you to repeat that one.
Creating more opportunities to understand and learn from one another. I feel like that was already, like that's the intent behind, I think a lot of the gathering, socialization, things identified. And then just putting a term like third spaces out there so we have a term to kind of capture.
Improved activation of our third spaces.
Oh, creating some third spaces and then activating them or having people do that. I'd rather have our community, activate versus us do everything.
That's like straight from Colorado Springs, community activation, which is kind of a cool idea.
I didn't read that out of there.
It's in there. You just absorbed it, Sarah, that's all. It's not bad to copy.
Create and activate third spaces was the last one I heard, is that correct?
What? Sorry.
Christine, oh, were you done, Sarah?
We can't hear Maddie.
I couldn't hear Maddie. What?
Oh, Maddie?
Third spaces was the last one, is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Okay, Christine.
Well, I brought like 3 ballot measures here today. So 2 of them are about better representation for our voters. One is for wards. There's parts of our city that don't have that much representation right now, especially the middle of our city. It's very expensive to run for office at large. I have 2 at large on this, and then 4 plus the mayor, and then 4 that are in a district or ward. So those people in district or wards, we talk about inclusivity all the time, but a lot of people can't afford to run for office. So we get more voices at the table. Also, I have a ballot measure about how we choose the vacancies, and this is also approved by the voters at the election. We wouldn't have to have a special election. It would just be when we have election, the fourth person, if they have at least 66% or so of the vote of the next person would be the next person we'd go to when there's a vacancy. If they can't fulfill it and it drops less than that, then we can appoint. But I think the people are really disfranchised by the way we do it. I know for years it's been done like this, and I've had many people upset about it. So that's the two things about better representation. Also, I got a great idea from a city councilor in Thornton. She doesn't live in a very wealthy neighborhood, but the people of the neighborhood help each other. They have a food bank in their neighborhood to help each other. And that's the best way to do things, I think, because you know who you're helping and you know who's giving. So they set up a food bank in their neighborhood, and to encourage that, when you're doing a little better in life and you can help someone else, it makes a community. So I thought that was a great idea she had.
Thank you. Amber, you're on we are on connected and inclusive community. What else do you have that hasn't been mentioned?
Yes, Obi was exactly right. I have improved translation services on here. I would like us to participate in diversity audits, basically assessing our progress as a city in terms of diversity and inclusion, is what that means. And then I want to increase mixed income neighborhoods. The only place we sort of have some mixed income neighborhoods is the downtown, but I'd like to see that in more places, but I'm not sure how we get developers to do more of that. And then I have dismantling systemic inequities. Definitely have some ideas around that when it comes to like advisory committees and collaborating with community organizations to identify and address specific diversity challenges, but you can just write down dismantling systemic inequalities. And then I would like to do something that symbolizes everyone is welcome, like having a city pride flag.
Any clarification needed, Maddie, or do you have it?
I have it.
All right.
I want to remind that as we move into the last few, we're going outcome-based, and we have 3 areas left.
And we're good on time.
We're great on time.
And we have, actually, there's a mixture here, which is okay. It's okay. We are focused on outcomes, and you've got objectives in there, but that's okay, because that's more direction for the staff, right, for Jody and his team. So we know every time we ask this question, we're gonna get some of both. But as best you can, focus on outcomes, right? Nothing wrong with what we've been doing, but just a reminder of where we're headed. So we're on healthy and safe now. So our third priority area, what are the outcomes that you want to see that lead to, or that define a healthy and safe community? So we'll start. Oh, do you
Can I
have
offer
a
just a process?
Yes.
At some point, we might want to reverse, just so it's not always this way.
Oh, yeah, we can do that. We can start with Christine this time. Great idea. Can I ask if anybody needs a break, or do you just want to keep going? Because if we keep going, you get out of here sooner than 3 o'clock. So no pressure, because we're here no matter what. But you want to keep going?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd say, can we finish this part of the process and then take a 10, 15?
Yeah.
Let's finish, yeah.
Okay. So we're going to reverse order, and we're going to start. Well, no, then we would start with Amber.
Yes.
Amber, we're putting you on the spot because you've been going last.
I do not want to go first. I do not want to go first.
Okay, we'll start with Christine and we'll go the reverse direction around the table. And then if you want to go at the end, Amber, we'll do that. Is that okay?
Sounds great.
Okay. Christine, we're starting with you now.
Healthy and safe.
Yep.
Continue to support our law enforcement, our fire department, which I think are both really great. Also, having access to healthcare. We have some really unaffordable healthcare right now. And finding answers to that is huge, but I have to agree that I think that it'd be better if we knew the cost of everything when we showed up to a doctor. It's like every other service. This is how much it costs for this, this is how much it costs for that. And cash has turned out to be a cheaper way to go. So that's how we used to do healthcare. Anyway, I know it's not all our problem, but it's a really big problem.
Yep.
Is that it? I want health and safety. That's all I have.
Okay.
Anyway.
Dude, I'm for a giant citywide community health program. That'd be cool. Like, we would be trying to do trash at one point. Well, let's buy down everybody's.
Let's see if anyone turns out for that.
Let's see, people don't feel threatened in the community. I don't know what the verb is.
That's fine. I got it.
Public safety is reliable and trusted. We feel prepared for the unknown and hazards.
Prepared for the unknown and hazards. Flashback to the pandemic, right? It was like, who thought that was coming?
But that's what reserves are for.
When you say hazards, do you also mean, like, I'm just gonna, like, fire prevention? Is
Yes,
that what you mean by hazards?
floods, all the things.
Or a crisis like the pandemic, right? A health crisis, which local governments had to deal with.
Yeah, although I'm just putting it out there in the universe, nothing allowed for the next 3 to 5 years.
Thank you.
Okay, activities that support community health.
Example?
Like Tai Chi in the square or something. I don't
Fun runs.
Or fun runs, or we used to do a run.
So
I
more
have a
the
t-shirt.
recreation side?
Yeah.
And also tied to health, yeah, right, the things that create well-being.
Tai Chi in the square.
I used to live in downtown Oakland, and it was so romantic to just walk to the bus station, and then there would be all these Tai Chi, people doing Tai Chi in the square. Okay, and then our environment and city is our playground. So in a way, it's like there's our trails and our parks. I'm just trying to allude to our parks and open space system. That's all.
Claire, you're next.
All right. Reduced crime, see that it continues to go down. We've seen our violent crime go down a lot, so continue to see that reduced crime. Cleaner air, just as its own line item. Reduced noise and light pollution. Improved access to high-quality drinking water.
Is it access to?
Yeah. Well, we're already on it. We're building our drinking water plant, but end result is that folks will have access to it. Continued high quality of our waste and stormwater. I'd like to see reduced disruption to our water cycle.
One moment. I need you to repeat that last one, please.
reduced disruption to water cycle. And that means looking at permeable materials. Now, a lot of our developers are already aware of this. They're starting to bring those to us, but it's on us to continue to remind them of these permeable materials. We're also taking a look at the floodplains in the city, making sure that as we go into drought, we're not making our issues worse. That's what that means. Improved ecology of our open spaces. So improved ecology and connectedness of our open spaces for wildlife. And that's just taking a look at the city and how well it connects and how the corridors connect, so that, you know, the coyotes sometimes come down, can they get back out, you know, to where they came from? So taking a look at our city as a whole. Is their only way out a highway? Improved tree canopy, which we talked about. Improved resourcing for our fire and police, which continues to be pretty high. Reducing carbon emissions in our buildings.
That one's gonna be you, Michelle, take that one.
Yep. And then, I believe Sarah kind of mentioned it already, but continue our high preparedness for disaster and emergency response.
Continue our high preparedness for disaster and emergency response. Yeah, I think that, I mean, I can edit or add this and feel prepared for unknowns and hazards. But do you want to add emergency response to that? Oh, you got it, okay. Emergency response. Jack, whenever you're ready.
Invest in crime prevention services such as our blossoming community court program, and some of the other types of services that PD provides.
Community court.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Blossom.
Got it.
Or is that
Blossoming, it's new.
Blossoming? Okay.
It's new.
I was like, is that the name? No.
Newer,
Okay.
yes,
That's the
and
idea.
it's hopefully growing.
Okay.
Not gonna judge. And then I would just say, and I think this has been covered, but investing in environmental resilience.
Mm-hmm. That might be an encompassing one for a few.
And that's all I have.
Great, thank you.
Ready?
Yes?
I'm really, please correct me on the outcome and verb, because I think I'm kind of struggling with that process, but.
It's okay, you've been doing great.
Thank you. An increased focus on outdoor programming.
Outdoor programming, yep.
Yep.
Like Tai Chi in the square.
Like Tai Chi in the square, you know, or looking for opportunities where, like, could we have this meeting outside, or could we have town halls outside?
You know, I said that when we pulled up today. We should just, you know, go outside for a minute.
Yeah. I mean, obviously not this would be kind of difficult, but just, you know,
Sure.
a question. Can this happen outside?
Yep.
Expand the mental health approach citywide. So we have so Chief Hobbert has led a really good program around a lot of different things, from the blue envelope to alternate responders and stuff like that.
Okay.
But just how can we use the best practices that we're getting from, you know, the police department all the way through, particularly with a focus on mental health?
My easel just fell apart. Sorry, hang on just a sec.
Absolutely.
While we get this together.
You're good.
I think that's it, unless you want me to echo stuff that has already been said, but I think we're not doing that, right?
Okay. No, we're not. I mean,
Yep.
yes, if you want to repeat to say, yes, I want that too, that's okay, but we won't rewrite them down.
No, I mean, it's fine.
Thank you. Obi?
So I'm going to keep elevating the lived experience of our residents and say that people feel healthy and safe when their cost pressures are manageable, right? So my first one is linked to, especially, you know, when you have a home. My first one is linked to housing stability. So reducing homelessness through prevention and housing stability.
So reduce homelessness and increase housing stability.
Is that true?
Yes, reducing homelessness through prevention
I
and
see.
housing stability.
Thank you.
Because
Prevention.
that's one of those intersectional areas with other buckets, but I think that might be just another duplicative, it may be, but it's important to call out in the
Yep.
healthy and safe piece. My second one has been said, so it's sustain low crime and strong emergency response outcomes.
Yep, so that one is a repeat.
Traffic and pedestrian safety, has that been talked about yet? I
It
think that's
hasn't
one.
yet, under this one, nope.
Yeah, so enhance traffic and pedestrian safety. It's one of our top concerns that we hear from residents.
Okay.
Improve mental health.
Is that similar to the one that Adam was talking about with the blue envelope program?
We'll just list it
Yes,
and then
yes.
we can
Yeah.
collapse it.
Okay.
Yep.
Just want to call out the words mental health in there somewhere.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Amber.
Yeah, the only thing, I would add is, restoring our degraded ecosystems. An increased focus on clean energy and, creating a composting program.
So I'm gonna pause you for a second. We got restoring degraded ecosystem,
Focus on clean energy,
clean energy. What was the third one?
institute, composting.
And then create a composting program.
Michelle got it. I didn't even have to ask. Okay. Anything else that you all thought of that wasn't added?
So next one, Maddie.
I have the title, Vibrant and Diverse Economy.
We'll start with Christine again. We're going reverse direction. Yeah.
So I talked about the new downtowns and the ideas for that are relatively inexpensive compared to some things that we've done in the past. So,
Did you say ideas for downtown?
yeah, the 4-hour parking free.
How would you describe that as an outcome, Christine? Like, what's your vision for downtown in 5 years?
Vibrant and thriving,
Like a thriving downtown?
and not,
Survive and thrive.
survive and thrive. Like right now, we're growing, but we're still not thriving. So
Yep.
I want us to thrive, and just, you learn these things from other cities going to NLC, the things they're doing to improve and be more vibrant, and that was one of the things that I learned. And also outdoor seating and having an element of surprise, like I said, that people have to go down there to find. So that's one thing. And I think it's important to have diverse industries in your city, not just focus on one thing, because when the economy goes down in that one area,
So industry and business diversification.
diversity, manufacturing, healthcare, education, whatever, service industry, but you have to be making things too. If you're not making anything, it's hard to survive. I know we have some airplane speed manufactured here. So I've met some businesses that I didn't know existed, those business walks are really good for city council to learn what your businesses are and how they're doing, so. And ways to do things more efficiently, whether it's transportation and otherwise. There's so many innovative transportation that's coming in the pipeline in the next few years that I don't want us to be stuck paying for things that were in the past. I think we need to look future forward thinking instead of wasting people's money, and then we have to catch up by spending more money. So those are my main things.
Sarah.
Right, small business growth. All business retention. Vibrant places and destinations. So like you name the location downtown. The Orchard and South, Westminster Station. Maybe part of that is, we'll get to infrastructure in a little bit. Low unemployment. I don't know if we are able to measure our employed resident, unemployment, but.
There's a
Get
way,
staff.
no, there's a way to do that,
Right.
for sure.
Does staff do that is the question, right?
Yes.
I don't know, I forgot my other one. I didn't write it down. Oh, well, it'll probably be said.
Claire?
All right, similarly, I'll just echo create destinations in our city. Create new opportunities for both small and larger businesses to thrive. And by that, I mean, perhaps festivals, rallies, places for pop-up tents for residents to be introduced to our businesses. A continued focus on key attractions in our city.
Hang on just one sec.
Okay. And then similarly to Christine, just a focus on diverse industries and ensuring we have strong and robust businesses in our city with high employment rates. That's it.
Good. Jack?
Increase the focus on culturally diverse markets. So both how we are promoting culturally diverse businesses within our city and then how we're accessing markets that interact with our city outside of the city. Cross-governmental collaboration as it relates to economic growth, so a regional approach to growth. And the last one is our diversified revenue streams and some of those ideas around not only diverse businesses, but diverse options for city revenue and the way we currently spend those existing revenue sources.
And, I just thought of one I forgot, which is increase workforce opportunities.
Workforce opportunities.
Right.
And then, no, you're good. My last one is related to within the city, kind of promoting our city's workforce as an economic engine of the city.
City staff.
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, so I kind of just echoing the workforce development, particularly what both the mayor or what Claire and Jack mentioned. Double check, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to see an increased facilitation on a solution-focused connections between both businesses and consumers. So,
What does that mean to you?
Yeah, so for me, this means, there's a business and maybe there's tension between the business and the local residents. How we can facilitate kind of solution focus. So maybe the business owner needs to shift hours up an hour or down an hour to attend to maybe noise complaints, or maybe there's a specific need for more shade as for people in outside areas, and the owner can just put out umbrellas, in their outside area. Just like simple solutions like that, kind of like what Christine was mentioning around community-driven approach. And so just kind of helping facilitate that conversation. And maybe, again, towards a solution-focused lens. Going back to the education piece, like improve educational access based on stakeholder input. So those stakeholders from school districts, from the parents who are withdrawing their students, like all of these things. How can we as a city invest in education from an outside stakeholder perspective? So that way we have a more educated, developed resident base for businesses, whether it's as employees for sustainable employment or for businesses.
For the workforce
For the-
pipeline.
Yeah. And then finally, reducing business vacancy rates with a focus on vibrant growing areas and neglected areas, so kind of like a dual approach. Maybe there's some areas that have been vacant for many, many years, and there's a focus on that, along with, I don't want to lose focus on the vibrant growing places that we really want to attend to as well. And that's mine.
Obi.
So, as I was thinking through these, it made me take a step back and just realize that I haven't really explained, at least to the public, what I'm thinking. So my hyper focus is affordability.
Yep.
And the way I'm thinking of affordability, it really fits in 3 different buckets. So I'm spreading, it's different lenses that all lead to the outcome of affordability. The
Yep.
first one was in the access to opportunity, so reducing costs. And this one, and the next 2 will be infrastructure, and this one, the vibrant and diverse economy. In this bucket, I would lead with number 1, improve the predictability and timeliness of development approvals.
Improve say that one more time, the whole thing.
Predictability and timeliness of development approvals.
Approvals, okay?
And in particular, if you want to even specify further, I think that we have areas of concern that should yield to these faster timelines, such as senior affordable housing, childcare providers, grocery stores. If it's topics of concern that we care about the most, those should have these kind of fast track, a fast track pathway. That's the first one. Let me know when you're ready for the second one.
Hang on just 1 second. Okay.
And
go
why
ahead.
writing that, the reason why this will lead to more affordability is because time is money for a lot of the housing providers or childcare providers or grocery store or grocers. If we can improve that timeliness, that gets the project
Got
done
it.
faster and so forth. Second is related to the competitiveness, right? So I think it was Christine that said this earlier. Increasing competitiveness will lead to affordability because supply and demand, right? The more supply, the lower the costs.
What competitiveness?
So that's just my lead-in, sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
So the actual idea here is to increase childcare capacity to support workforce participation.
Childcare capacity and workforce participation.
To support
workforce.
participation.
Yep.
Number 3, expand access to grocery options in underserved areas.
Okay.
And finally, leverage city assets to catalyze community serving investment. So that's the concept of identifying city-owned building or land that can be either donated or resold at a discounted price to housing providers, childcare providers, grocery stores.
Can you restate that last one?
Leverage city assets to what,
To
Obi?
catalyze community serving investment.
Okay,
And that way, that reduces the fixed costs of these providers, which will then hopefully get passed through as lower costs to residents.
catalyze city-owned investment?
What was the end? Catalyze what?
So leverage city assets to catalyze community serving
Got it.
investment.
Community serving investment.
Can I just add, because Obi just reminded me of the one thing I forgot. It came from my Opportunity to Thrive ones, where it was access to amenities. Like grocery, et cetera, but like all of those community serving things. So
Access to
use like a
amenities.
distribution, increasing access to those.
Yeah, like childcare, grocery stores. Those are
Yeah.
community serving investments into the community
Right.
from the private sector.
I mean, increasing that access throughout the city. So all neighborhoods have that, ideally.
Right, OB, are you done, and is Amber next?
I'm done.
Amber?
Yeah, no, I think a lot of great things have been said. The only thing I will add is I'm wondering, I know I said it for the first one, but I'm wondering if increasing mixed income neighborhoods fits better here, because it seems like, mixed income neighborhoods, it seems like it would support a diverse economy. So I'm not sure if it would fit better here or if it's better in the first one.
Say that again,
But that's all.
Amber. So you say that again? I was struggling with the chart paper and I missed what you said.
Oh, I was just saying, I know that I mentioned this for the first, for opportunity to thrive, but I wonder if it fits better here, which is increasing mixed income neighborhoods. Because it seems like mixed income neighborhoods, would support a diverse economy.
Yep. Got it.
So I don't know where it would fit
That's
better.
okay.
That's all I
We've
would-
got it here. It doesn't matter if we have it in two places, we'll sort it out.
Okay.
Yep, cool. Got it.
I'm gonna say one thing. We've been going for an hour and 45 minutes.
Does anybody want a break?
Can we pause and do the last one?
I'm okay with continuing, but you guys decide.
Looking at you all, because we have 1 hour and 10 minutes left.
I need to go to the restroom.
Okay,
Are we asking for a break? Okay.
10-minute break,
5-minute break?
5-minute break.
5
Come
minutes.
back.
Quick.
Wow.
Oh, 3.5
in our city.
from Ben, from Portland to Ben. No, Ben is on the other side of the mountain, so we're in high, that's high
Oh,
desert.
you wanna join? Feel free to.
I lived in Portland for 31 years, trust me, I know the difference. It's not the same, not the same. Okay, let's go.
And I wanna make sure we're connected online, and then we're ready. Yeah?
Oh, yeah, I just,
Okay, do we want to reverse directions again? I'm gonna go with OB first and then backwards.
Last one? Okay,
OB, let's start with you. And then go.
we're calling it infrastructure right now. We'll just determine
We're
the
gonna
verb
figure,
later.
yeah, we're gonna figure out a whole thing later, but for now it's infrastructure.
So this is that third bucket I was speaking to.
Yep.
On affordability, so strengthen essential service infrastructure by enabling childcare capacity growth and expanding grocery access. This speaks more to the tangible service infrastructure, so expanding what we consider to be infrastructure to include these services.
And what comes after childcare growth?
So by enabling childcare capacity growth
Okay,
and expand grocery access.
Grocery access might be a separate bullet.
that's all right, we'll worry about that later.
So that's service infrastructure. The second one, transparent and predictable utility governance. So this one speaks more to the water infrastructure, but from the lens of how we govern that piece, right, for the community. So making it more transparent and predictable. Number 3 is more operational, so deliver reliable water, sewer, and transportation systems. And the last one is improve long-term capital planning and accountability. And for this one, I'd like to see a more in-depth review of our cap plan.
So, back to improve long-term capital planning and
Accountability.
accountability.
And then I'll take the last one. What was the last one, Obi?
That's the last one, but I was just adding that
I got it.
for this one, the idea here is to take a much more deeper dive on how we prioritize our capital plan.
Yep.
Okay. Understood.
Maybe just echoing that, but putting a communication spin on that as well. So, you know,
Communication.
communicating that deep dive, that attendance to, so maybe improve communication around long-term utility planning.
Ready, new one?
I got it.
Continue risk aversion within our infrastructure, particularly utilities. But, yeah, I mean, this can go from, you know, the streets program that we're really trying to, that we just got the ballot measure passed on, but just, we have an attendance to, and I don't wanna lose that focus on risk aversion or risk management. And then finally, just improving accessibility with infrastructure development. So whether that's, you know, attendance to those who have varying mobility access to just technological accessibility, just a focus on accessibility writ large, I guess.
What was the other example you gave? Technology as well as what?
Exists, in my mind, I'm thinking like sidewalks, trails, that sort of thing, but also,
And physical.
yeah, I mean, and that can also go to city buildings, you know, everything kind of that city is directing or influencing.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all, that's it.
Jack?
Yeah, I want to reiterate kind of the walkable and green infrastructure. Green, both environmentally sustainable and actually green, like trees. I know we have not decided to use this word as the core goal, but to meet some of the modern needs. So, infrastructure, like modernization of key critical infrastructure, and a focus on when we do upgrade infrastructure, making sure that we are meeting our current needs.
Anything else, Jack?
Nope.
Okay, Claire.
Right, my number one outcome priority for this is reduce speeding.
Reduce what?
Speeding,
Oh, speeding.
and so I've heard from a lot of neighborhoods, just evaluating speed bumps, traffic stops, speed cameras, working with our neighbors, etc. Obviously, increased number of fire stations, improved roads, improved bike paths and accessibility.
Hang on just a sec.
Oh, yeah.
Give her a chance here.
Roads and bike paths.
Okay.
Yes. And this was mentioned earlier, I think on Thrive, but improved connectivity of our roads, paths, and trails, and looking at that accessibility throughout. I'll just list drinking water facility, just as, hopefully that comes out good. Enable strong asset management, which we are currently undergoing, I believe, the last couple years. But that enables stronger fiscal responsibility on our behalf. So loud. Can you say that part again?
Enable strong asset management.
I can close the door. Okay. Sorry, guys, I'm gonna close the door. Yep. Whatever that was, it was so loud, I can't speak over it. Yes, strong assets management, just so then council really has a clear idea of what buildings are available throughout the city, how we might be able to use those for other resources, et cetera, land, on and on. I think that's all of it, covered it, yeah.
Can you said asset management system?
She
Just
said strong
improved,
asset
enable
management.
improved asset management. I don't mind how our city does it.
Improve.
I believe that they do have a solution, but it's for them to determine.
Okay.
But again, that goes along with our fiscal responsibility, but and our infrastructure, just, how many golf carts do we have? Are they upkeep well, et cetera.
Okay, Sarah, you're on.
I had innovative and modern solutions for both improvements and facilities.
So innovative, modern solutions for improvements and facilities, okay.
So I included modern for you guys.
Next.
And I don't know to what extent we could have like a neighborhood transportation improvement program. But that would allow us to have a more systematic way to addressing neighborhood traffic issues with transparency in the process. Conserving our resources. You take that however you want. And then elevating community through infrastructure improvements. Elevating community through infrastructure improvements. Okay. It's called Nice Streetscape while we're paving things. And other.
I'm sorry, not Claire, Christine.
Okay, so I like most of what has been said, but we have lots of new development going on, like at Uplands. I'm sure Erickson will affect some people maybe too, but not as many, but Uplands project has really upset the citizens down there, in that community around it. And I don't think the communication has been that great. They had their water out recently from 8 to 9 o'clock at night. And they were calling up angry at me, like I had something to do with it. But anyway, I don't think we're communicating that well with the public when these big projects are going on, how long it's gonna take, what, even the streets being closed, whatever. And I think there needs to be some accountability to the developers, to those in the community. This resident was suggested at least send them a gift card and show that they care about the residents that they're affecting. I mean, when they said it was out, gonna be 8 to 5 and it goes 4 hours longer, they think they should at least acknowledge it with some kind of nice gesture. Also, they said a lot of the people in that community are Spanish speaking. They couldn't even read the letter they sent them. So their water was out and they didn't even know why. So I think we have a communication problem with some of our developers, with those around them, like, just screw you. We're building this whether you like it or not, and we don't even care what you think. I don't think that builds a sense of community with the neighbors that are going to move in there, with the neighbors that are existing there. And I think we need to mend the bridges there somehow between the neighbors, because they're gonna be neighbors. And we don't want them to hate each other just because they're in a new house and the other ones are not.
Okay.
So I don't know, but I think the developers should have some accountability.
Anything on the outcomes 3 to 5 years from now in this area,
Oh.
Christine?
Oh, yeah, Christine and then Amber. Yep.
Anything else you had, Christine?
I just think we should be aware that we only have 2% of our land available to build on. And we need to prioritize what it is that we think is the most important things to build on those when we approve them.
Okay.
When we're looking at what will make us thrive, maybe we need jobs worse than we need housing. And we do have 3,000 apartments available right now, and the rents keep going down. So maybe it's apartments we do not need. Maybe there's something else we need. So with those 2% of our land, we need to prioritize. And there's gonna be some infill too, because there's a lot of schools they're closing, so that's another consideration.
I'm gonna go to Amber and then I'll go back to Adam. Amber, what do you have to add?
Yeah, I only have one thing to add, to all the things that have been said, which is, creating our infrastructure with sustainable, green, and equitable, lenses.
Sustainable and green?
Sustainable, green, and equitable.
Thank you for the third one. Okay, and then Adam.
Yeah, just a big head nod to what Amber just said, but also what Christine was mentioned, I had forgotten to write this down, but I'm not sure again what the right outcome would be, but around infill and revitalization, old buildings, abandoned buildings, it maybe goes to the vacancy piece too, but to be, yes, very strategic around the 2%, but then also, you know, if there's a certain percentage of this vacant stuff, how can we attend to job production, housing development, you know, whatever it is, like look at these kind of empty spaces as well, because I think those are like the vacant or the open to develop spaces, but I think there's also some others. And I don't know what, I kind of lean on staff to know like what the right verbiage is to attend to that.
We understand the intent though.
Yeah, sorry, I'm really exhausted on
We're
that.
getting to the end of the day, so I'm gonna tell you, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
We're getting like our brains are full too, just like yours are.
Yeah.
Anything else on infrastructure, whatever word we want to use for this one, that might have been missed? Okay, Claire.
I do have one that's in the back of my mind, and I don't know the feasibility of this, but I'd like us to look at it long-term, the next 5 years.
Mhm.
It's somewhere between infrastructure and affordability.
Okay.
Is our ambulance rides and emergency services. I think that it might be within the scope of our city to somehow make this free for residents, possibly. And so I'd like us to start looking at that and see how that might be developed over the next few years. If we
Ambulance
can,
rides?
yes, yeah.
Okay, got it. I wanna say that was the hard part, and it was most of the time, but you all did it. So what comes next and with these outcomes? So take everything on the wall and all of your ideas that we originally put on the papers together. We're gonna put them all together. We are gonna do that wordsmithing and come back to you all with a draft. I was gonna say an example. That's not true. A draft. The last thing to talk about is implementation of the plan. We ready to move into that?
This is where you get to give Jody and his team any guidance you have. You talked to me about it a little bit in our one-on-one interviews. What are your expectations regarding tracking progress? Once, you've adopted this plan, a couple of you said, I'd like to hear a little bit more. I'd like to have a little bit more frequency, or maybe a red, green, yellow approach, right? A few different ideas got thrown out there. So now's your chance to tell Jody and his team what you would like for progress reporting on this plan.
And something I heard at the beginning, I also want to add in here, that's not one of those questions, is performance measures and KPIs. Is that a way that they could, information could be reported out to you all in performance measures and KPIs? So that is also part of the discussion. Initial thoughts.
Would you like us to go through each of these questions, or is it just kind of share?
These are brainstorming questions to think about it, but sharing with everyone in staff.
Generally, your ideas about progress reporting in general, using those as prompts.
I remember just two thoughts. I remember you mentioned with one of the city's plans, there was quarterly kind of updates on red, green, yellow. So that would be, I think, helpful, whether it's in a periodic study session, we just have an update from high level, or kind of people who kind of want our time. And maybe this is
I am so inept and challenged with chart paper. I am so sorry.
chart on the floor if you'd like, yeah.
Gosh. All right.
So the quarterly updates, maybe this is a good time to mention, I'm just saying out loud for certainly the residents to hear, but also for staff to hear, there's availability. I think city council is interested in kind of hearing from staff. So if there is, if staff would like to report out, or kind of, there's the protocol and process, obviously, with Jody's, with the city manager's office, but kind of encourage that if there's an important update that a director feels is kind of urgent and out of the quarterly or out of whatever we decide, there's openness to kind of, to hear that. And then also, I think just practically, I'd like to see, I appreciate the completed, on task, those kinds of markers, but maybe a timeline associated with them too. This is on task and look to be completed within a year and a half, or maybe just some sort of, or unknown. It's okay if it's unknown as well, but just.
You would like some time associated with them.
Yeah. I'm done.
Obi, then Claire.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I think we covered a lot today. So my expectations are twofold, where the first fold, if you will, is linked to what I said earlier about, I think a bunch of us expect those specific objectives that you've heard that was on those, some of those, that at some point staff will be bringing that back to us on, hey, this is what we heard, and getting direction on whether or not we do those specific ones. I think that's really important, that those don't get lost, and that we actually have that discussion on the specific objectives, since we didn't do that here. I know you're going to combine it and elevate it into the plan, but there is that other element of, we need to get to those specifics. And it's not that that becomes the entire plan of what staff does, it's just that we didn't have that discussion of, here are all your ideas, there were ballot measures that were proposed, there was a lot of stuff that we talked about, but we haven't really talked about them. and we all expected that we would. So that's something that I would personally like to see sooner than later, is the summary of the specifics. And then staff can go back and formulate the full objectives and the actual plan, and then bring that back. The second piece is to what Adam was talking about, measurements. So we might be at that point where it would be good to see measurable outcomes, right? So tying an actual quantitative measurement for each objective. It doesn't have to be at the objective level, it could be at the priority level, right? The priority level of, here's the overall, very simple to understand for the
Right.
public. Here's what we're trying to achieve from a numerical standpoint.
Right.
And then those actions drive that number, right?
I would say yes, we agree, and typically a strategic plan does do that. It has KPIs or performance measures tied to either the strategic objective level or to,
The goal or
the goal or priority itself. And that just depends on what the priority is.
Well, we also recommend that if you're not in a cadence and a sort of discipline around reporting out on performance measures, that you not bite off more than you can chew, right? Because you can spend a lot of time gathering and tracking data. So pick the key measures, right, that are most important to your community and report on those. Don't report on everything granular. Like, don't come up with 20 performance measures for a strategic priority, right? Come up with 3 to 5, the most important ones, and like, don't get lost in the measurement of stuff.
And when she says that, we'll also look to staff to be able to do that and
Exactly.
give that recommendation back to you
Exactly.
all.
I mean, there's nothing that will bog your implementation down faster than trying to measure and track too much stuff and having too many objectives in your plan, right? So we hear everything you said, and we've got to bring focus to it, because if it's so dispersed, staff won't be able to get you to where you want to go. So we got to find, I talked to all of you individually about that sweet spot, right? Behind together, long-term vision, but actionable enough that we're making progress in the short term. So we're gonna, right? It's magic. It's a magic trick of how to get there, but we're gonna make it happen.
And I also want to make sure too that staff knows that you have the freedom, obviously, to stop doing a whole bunch of stuff. Because what we don't want to do is just add to your workload. We want to make sure that if there's stuff that you're working on that we no longer, that no longer aligns with the plan, that you're free to stop those, right? And just, so my expectation is when you bring it back to us, what the plan is and the objectives are, that, you know, I'm sure Jody's already leading this, right, on cutting where you need to cut, because we shouldn't just do everything and add and keep adding on to things that we've been doing for years and years if it's no longer a priority for the community, right? So that's the other piece that I wanted to just mention out loud. I know it's been said maybe a few times, but I think that's important, to stop doing things too.
Jody, any comments on that piece?
Yeah, that's the ideal approach. Council sets the vision, mission, strategic plan with this level of clarity and drive, and then we'll work on that implementation plan to get there. And I would say we can, once this is landed with Barry Dunn's help, what we're doing today, we can send it around, and council could populate their specific ideas under each, or requests under each item. And then staff takes that, I take that as the building block for the implementation plan. And at that point, we'd then synchronize with the leadership team what elements of our work programs that we're either working on and we might recommend to council we discontinue, or we feather them down in order to make bandwidth for things that are on here. Many of the things being talked about today and said in the strategic plan, we can accomplish, I think, through realignment. And so we're gonna take always that realignment and repurposing approach to meet the new strategic plan. And then that's why this will take a little bit of effort, leadership effort on behalf of the directors at the table here. But we'll be able to do that. We'll get that back to you. And I think we'll do it in parallel as Barry Dunn works up the plan for you. And then we can move forward toward an implementation plan. So we'll create a maybe a two-step where we go back to you. And then you can populate in where there's detail that you would like to see. As a body and as individuals, and we'll pool that together in one living place. That would be the implementation.
I mean, just for shorthand, most of our clients have two things. They have the public, so the plans that were sent out to you, the Colorado Springs and the Washougal, Washington, and there were 4 of them. Gresham, those are the public-facing documents, right? They are what is published to the community. And then every single one of those clients has a second plan, which is the implementation plan for that public-facing high-level strategic plan. And it's got all the details in it. It has the milestones. It has the granular actions that you have to take to achieve that strategic plan. So best practice is that it doesn't all live together in one place. You don't have all the granular detail in the public-facing document, but that you have the granular detail so that Jody and his team know what to do, right? They have the clear action plan for how to execute on the priorities and the broad goals and the vision that you set. So that's a little bit of a new twist on how you have done it historically, but where we're trying to move you as an organization.
Which I didn't say this at the beginning, and we should have, and now it just occurred to me. This is a best practice for strategic planning. This is how GFOA recommends we do strategic planning, and that's why we follow this process. Don't think we said that at the beginning. Government Financial Officers Association, I should also clarify that. And that's also why we're trying to push you all in that direction. Can I say, is there any other counselor that has thoughts and opinions
On progress reporting?
Waiting patiently.
Yes, thank you.
So thank you so much, and thank you for that. The question I don't see here, I think, is the most important, which is how would we like this presented and communicated? And so to everything you just said, I hope that through this we can develop something that, again, what I started with at the very beginning is usable. And so really the question is, how would we like this presented? I'd love it to be visual in a diagram. I'm hoping that we have council support on that. I think we do. Maybe getting our, communications department involved in what is the best method of visually stimulating way to present council's decisions on this information. And then how do we get that out to the community, that you have a council that, took the time to create this with your input. This is what we're doing. These are the action items down the road. This is what to look for out of it. And just making sure that we're creating something that is outcomes oriented and that we can use and present. And then where are we putting it? Are we, hopefully we can discuss it at one of our meetings, but, presenting it to us. And then hopefully, we saw in North Glen when we had our team building strategy there, they had theirs printed, right? It was colorful, it was beautiful, it was outlined, it was on the wall in glass, and so what do we want that to look like? What's our presentation to the community for this? That's and then, as far as the KPIs and whatnot, I think that measurably we need some sort of update, obviously the big one before our state of the city, which we just had last week, or possibly if the city starts hosting one this summer, just some sort of annual update is really important so that we can present that to the community. And then, of course, having the information before our council meetings so that we can present that at the beginning before questions come our way. So I think maybe just a KPI, at least one under each is my suggestion, but I will let staff figure out what they think the best idea is. And then from that, I had a question to council, which is we currently get a bi-weekly update from staff. And I just want to know, because there's a lot of time and effort that goes into that, how useful that is to you. And do we maybe just need that once a month? And do we incorporate our expectations from the strategic plan into that? Or is it maybe quarterly? Is that more useful so that we're actually taking a look at it, taking the time to look at it and present it to the community? Is that bi-weekly useful for you?
I'll just say that it can be more useful if we had measurements. And it's just measurements that we see, and if we want to deep dive into what's going on. Because if staff is taking a lot of time to build this every 2 weeks, and some of us may not even read them, right? There's a misbalance, but it would be more useful if it's a high level, if there's a dashboard that we don't even need to have an update, it just gets updated for us and the public. And we can just go and see the green, yellow, red, right, for the priorities. And if we have questions as to specifics, then we can ask those. But we don't need this a thorough lens on the whole thing every 2 weeks. I think quarterly, maybe a quarterly update, and that's more in person. So rather than email, we have a study session that's focused on, here's an update on what's going on with the strategic plan. Within one study session, not the whole thing, but one item of a study session could be an update. That's probably more useful because then we can ask questions and make it more interactive.
I'd love to hear from council. I like that idea. Go ahead.
I like fiscal responsibility, so fiscal notes is what I like to see. Where are we taking the money from? Where are we have to pull it from somewhere else to fund this? And where is it coming from? Because the money doesn't come out of thin air, guys. It's taxes to the people, fees.
Christine, you want to see the connection between the budget and the strategic plan,
Right.
and if something new is coming, you want to see the fiscal impact.
Right.
Yep.
I may realize already now, I'm not into repetitive things. So, I mean, doing a quarterly study session, I mean, seems like a lot of preparation too. So I prefer to have staff kind of hear this, weigh how maybe they want to respond, because I don't want to create more work. And if it's just like a info report, maybe that could be something. And if there's useful performance measures that you can update, but I don't know if monthly's the right cadence, or if quarterly or half biannually, whatever the right cadence is. The only thing about the 2-week communication is that it is communication, and it kind of gives us a heads up on things. So I would say, maybe it could go to monthly, but it's maybe just like a heads up, like, hey, we're starting this. So if people ask you, it is helpful. So
I read it.
Yeah.
I think monthly would be enough, though.
Amber, do you have any thoughts on progress reporting?
I liked what Obi said, but I also thought there was a lot of validity to what Sarah just said, particularly around creating work for staff. And so I would like to hear back from staff what they think would be workable on their end. Because like what Sarah said is I don't want to end up I don't want to create something that's overwhelming for them.
Right.
So I just definitely would like to hear feedback from them about, what they feel is feasible as well.
We're gonna do that right now. Jody?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for council's observations. In the past, we did try a pretty full and robust reporting back on the plan on an objective by objective basis. It was a tremendous amount of staff work, and really it kind of flatlined, it just didn't seem to get any uptake. It was so hard to read and hard to follow, and it took a lot of work, and it didn't seem to have a yield. I know that Erin Ferreter has been working a lot on this, and she's been listening to your discussion. And Erin, do you want to maybe give us some of your ideas? And then we can put this all together and bring it back to you with a recommendation.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Erin Ferreter, Policy and Budget Manager. Currently on our webpage, under the Transparency webpage, there's a performance measure tab within OpenGov. We would, based upon what we're hearing, we would like to build that out a little bit further, connecting it directly to the strategic. It already is connected to the strategic plan, but revamping it based upon this discussion and really tying it to the objectives that are being laid out here. So then it's based upon that metric. It could be updated monthly, quarterly, annually, depending on the specific data. but then it is a living document. At any point in time, you can click on it and see it. And then potentially we could also include that as part of the memo process and a link to it. So at any point in time when we're referencing how we are meeting a strategic plan, we can take you right to that performance measure page and you can see it. And this is a living process and a living website. So as we're sharing it with you, if there's feedback of things that we need to tweak or update that would best connect what you're looking for results, we can work on that together. But I think we can build on what we have to really meet that need.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Jody.
Any other staff, any other thoughts or comments back on this reporting measure? Council did say they wanted to hear from staff, so I wanted to give that opportunity.
Maddie, I think also in really listening to the council discussion, what Erin described, I think we'll work on that. We'll land that, and then I think we could also come back in with a special session for council, perhaps at milestones or significant accomplishment levels for this strategic plan, and create maybe a scheduled cadence. Doesn't serve council as well as one that's a bit more aligned with knocking off some milestones, perhaps. And I'm looking at, Q1 of each year is pretty challenging because of the schedules. But we could easily come in Q2, for example, and have a pretty robust review where we're at on the strategic plan, check in on the use of the, how folks are finding the portal, what feedback we're getting from the community on that, and then we could do a health check on our plan and implementation. Maybe it would be something like that.
Yeah. Absolutely. And that's typical, right? Most communities do it that way.
Okay.
You do want to find that right balance between making sure that the community and you as elected officials know where you're at, but not make it so burdensome for staff that they're spending more time creating a report on the specifics of the plan and less time actually implementing the plan. So thank you for being cognizant of what it takes for staff to report on something. So we'll find that sweet spot.
Last question. This is actually gonna go, the first one's to staff. Is there anything you need further guidance on or that you've heard about today from counselors that you need information on or to meet your expectations at this point? Overall then, how are we feeling? How do we feel about what we've achieved today, the outcomes of today? Any thoughts, comments, or feedback about today or the process?
Big thanks to you all. Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome. I mean, that was the benefit of speaking with you in advance because you all told me individually what success looked like. And so we tried to organize today in a way that would achieve that. So thank you for being clear about what you were looking for.
Thank you also to the city manager and city manager's office
Absolutely.
for the support.
And for the whole team of department directors being here today, right? The leadership team of the city being here to listen to everything that you said.
And I know that a lot of people are taking notes throughout to understand, and now you know the intention behind what a lot of what was said. Sometimes that translation doesn't always happen to staff because they're not in the room and they don't hear what the intent was behind it. So appreciate that today from us as facilitators for you all to be here.
So you'll get a draft. So just to kind of put a final pin in everything, the strategic plans that were given to you as examples, all of those are public-facing documents that live in the community of those cities, those communities. And those plans were unanimously adopted by the city council. So what you have in front of you is a strategic plan that had the full support and advocacy of the city council.
I'll say the only one that's different is Colorado Springs because their form of government is different.
Right.
But same intent behind it, but it is a strong mayor form of government, so their process was slightly different.
A little bit, but the bottom line is we want you to be able to comfortably adopt your strategic plan and that you can support what's in there. So, and we want the staff to be able to do that too, right? So that you're in lockstep with one another about what the vision is, but then how do you accomplish that vision? So that's where we're gonna go. with the rest of this process. We're gonna develop a draft, it's coming back to you. You will have a chance to comment on it, to give feedback. Then we'll incorporate that and then it will come back to you for adoption, right? So we'll work with Jody's team to get a draft to you that you can then take and sink your teeth into it and make it yours and finalize it.
I want to say it'll be a quick turnaround. We don't have the exact date right now because we'll talk offline, but it will be a quick turnaround, which is something that we always say. We don't want this to drag on in the process. We want it to be fresh enough that you can relate back to it and make sure that you can make those edits and updates as they come. I want to thank you all for your time and attention today.
Yeah.
I know it's a long day. I can hear the birds chirping outside. And there was a lot of
And
great
thank you
things.
guys, right, for being so open-minded.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, you're pulling us in the right direction, but also thank you, Jody and staff. You know, the combination, I think what you said was perfect, right? The two-step process. After this, I think that solves all of the earlier concerns that we talked about.
Well, I also want to acknowledge, I meant to say this at the beginning and I completely forgot, but we met with Michael and Blossom separately and ahead of this to try to pick up what they had accomplished with you, right? And that was a real benefit, I think, to setting the tone for today and really making this an experience that we could get the most out of. So that was a really valuable conversation for Maddie and I to have had, and Jody and his team facilitated that. So I just wanted to let you know that was an extra positive experience for us to get that background of where you've been with them to make this day even better, so.
Thank you. I think you tied us up, you kept us on track, and that's hard to do, and
Got
it's
done a little bit
ahead
early.
of schedule. So, I just really thank you, and I know Jody's got a few more words.
Oh, no, not at all. There was one last request I wanted to pass on to the group for a group picture. If we could all gather before anybody leaves, if you'd like to do that, we can get a picture of everybody together. Probably
Outside?
outside, maybe, yeah.
I want to check and see, is there anything else, Amber, that you wanted to say or any
Oh, right.
other?
No, I'm good, I'm good.
Great, thank you for your participation virtually. I think
Yeah.
it went well and thank you for being here even though you're under the weather.
Yeah, thank you for making this accessible for me because not only can I not imagine like actually all like physically being there, but you all don't want to be around me, I promise. You don't want this.
Thank
So
you, Amber.
I really appreciate that you made it possible for me to participate even though I'm feeling the way I am.
100%.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Photo outside?
Photo outside.
Let's go.